It is the year 897, and inside the walls of the Vatican, a macabre trial is taking place. But the defendant is not a living man, but rather a corpse. The rotting remains of a former pope, dressed in pontifical robes and propped up on a throne. Presiding over this tribunal was Pope Stephen VI, who bellowed accusations at the lifeless body before him. As stunned clergy and onlookers watched, the dead pope was declared guilty, his sacred vestments torn from his body, and 2 fingers, the ones used for blessing, were cut off. This was a bizarre event that really took place. It's known as the Cadaver Synod. Yet, as much as it sounds like morbid fiction, it is indeed historical reality, an example of how the papacy, an office meant to embody spiritual virtue, has at times been held by men of astounding vice and cruelty. But how bad does it get? Who are the most evil popes to exist in history? And are they really as bad as they were charged of being? Well, there's plenty of them. Many popes earned reputations for holiness and wise leaderships, while a notorious few did quite the opposite. And we're not here to talk about the good guys. We're here to talk about history's most nefarious and hated popes. So, if you'll come with me for the next hour, we can meet some of these odd characters. But allow me to welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to anyone joining us again. Good to have you with us. And I'll remind you that this channel is completely ad-free. You won't get any interruptions. You've got enough ads in your daily life. You don't need them here, too. Well, this is because we are funded by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and also those who check out the merch store and give the occasional donation. All links available in the pinned comment and video description. But aside from that, you're helping out just by enjoying the content with us. Give it a like, subscribe, and comment, and that's a step above. Now, with all that being said, let's begin with our first infamous pope. Our first tale is one that we've already introduced briefly in the introduction. It takes place in the late 9th century, a time of deadly factional politics in Rome. Pope Stephen VI had scarcely warmed the papal throne when he became obsessed with vengeance against his predecessor, Pope Formosus. And what was so bad about Pope Formosus? Well, he had been involved in complex rivalries among the powerful Roman families and Frankish emperors, and his enemies were now Stephen's patrons. And so, in that unprecedented act of malice, Stephen VI literally dug up his corpse and put it on trial. And so we find ourselves in January of 1897 at that spectacle of the Cadaver Synod. So imagine that horror, and perhaps the fascination of ordinary Romans crowded in the Basilica of St. John Lateran as their pope screamed accusations at a corpse. It doesn't seem like popely behavior, doesn't it? A deacon was appointed to speak on behalf of the deceased, attempting a surreal defense of Formosus's actions. But Stephen, driven by rage and likely pressure from the powerful house of Spoleto, had already decided the outcome. He declared the dead pontiff guilty of perjury and violating church canons, and as punishment, he ordered that his body be desecrated. The 2 fingers for blessing were cut off, and the corpse, stripped of its sacred garments, was unceremoniously thrown into the river Tiber. Not the traditional burial method for popes. Well, this event did more than just shock the conscience of Christendom, but it also had an effect on Rome's populace. You see, the sight of their bishop performing such a profane act horrified the layman and the clergy alike. it was not acceptable behavior. In the months that followed, anger swelled in the streets of Rome. Common people, who revered the papal office, even if they had little power in its politics, were outraged that a pope would defile the dead in what seemed like a travesty of justice. Their anger turned into action. A public uprising swept through Rome. In the summer of 897, Pope Stephen VI was deposed by an infuriated mob and thrown into prison. There, amid the same dark cells where he had cast Formosus's supporters, he met a grim fate. He was strangled to death by his captors. His reign lasted barely a year, and it ended as violently as it began. In the aftermath, the Church was eager to wash away the stain of the Cadaver Synod, for obvious reasons. Later that same year, Pope Theodore II, who reigned only 20 days, by the way, had Formosus's body retrieved from the Tiber and reburied with honor in St. Peter's Basilica. Better late than never. I mean, yes, public anger is one thing, but public anger when it comes after the fact. I mean, I suppose it's the bystander effect when things like this are going on. People just are so confused and taken back by the spectacle that they don't realize yet what's really going on. Happens a lot. Well, in any case, another successor, John IX, convened synods that nullified the Cadaver Synod and forbade any future trials of a corpse. These measures show the extent to which Stephen's actions were seen as a horrifying aberration. Medieval chroniclers describe the Cadaver Synod with a sense of shock, a nadir of papal dignity. And I suppose you can imagine the conversations in Roman taverns and marketplaces after Stephen's fall, ordinary citizens expressing relief that God's wrath might be sated now that the blasphemous pope was dead, and of course hoping that such a spectacle would never happen again. So much for a civilized Rome, Well, I'm afraid things did happen again. Not exactly like the Cadaver Synod, but the days of evil popes were not over yet. The 9th and 10th centuries would offer yet more turmoil. Stephen's bizarre ritual was not an isolated incident of insanity, but a symptom of a larger sickness in the papacy's worldly entanglements. You see, in this era, powerful Roman clans and European nobles treated the papal throne as a prize to be seized. Well, that's either by force or intrigue. And so, the very next decades would see the papacy slide into an age so infamous that, well, it would be dubbed by later historians as a pornocracy. That is the rule of harlots. And that brings us to perhaps the most scandalous figure of that dark age, a young pope whose depravity became legendary. This one brings us to the mid-10th century, when Octavianus of Tusculum became Pope John XII, and with him the papacy sunk into an astonishing low point of moral corruption. You see, John XII was around 18 years old when he was elevated to the papal throne in 955, effectively inheriting the title from his powerful father, a little bit of nepotism. In fact, his father, Alberic II, a prince of Rome, had secured an oath from the Roman nobility that his son Octavianus would become pope, uniting secular and spiritual power into one happy little family. Thus, unlike most who rose through church ranks, John took office as a teenager, with minimal ecclesiastical training, or for that matter piety, which is kind of a requirement. It's the basic thing to be a pope, right? So what followed was a reign so scandalous that even contemporary churchmen, not prone to exaggeration, were quite appalled. John XII treated the papacy as his personal fiefdom, and the Lateran palaces as a playground. One contemporary observer wrote that the Lateran was turned into a brothel. And indeed, John's papal residence reportedly swarmed with women, from noble ladies all the way down to prostitutes, enjoying lavish banquets and sordid parties, all at the church's expense. The Pope was accused of adultery, fornication, and even incest, allegedly carrying on with his late father's mistress and with his own nieces. He openly gambled with dice, invoked pagan gods during games, and according to later church council records, he didn't even bother to celebrate Mass properly. It was said that he would toast Venus and Jupiter over wine, more concerned with worldly pleasures than the holy sacraments. Such accounts came to us largely through the pens of his adversaries, but even allowing for exaggeration, they certainly paint a picture of a man who was completely indifferent to the spiritual responsibilities of his office. Clerics in Rome and across Europe were understandably aghast. One chronicler, Bishop Liutprand of Cremona, attended a synod in 963 that catalogued John's misdeeds in unsparing detail. The council accused the young pope of sacrilege, simony, perjury, adultery, incest, and even murder. Some specific charges read like a criminal resume. John had allegedly ordained a 10-year-old boy as a bishop in exchange for money, essentially selling church officers, once again against the rules. He also was accused of castrating and murdering a deacon, also blinding his own confessor, who later died, and a few instances of him going around and setting fires to people's homes. These accusations came to a head when John's reckless behavior finally threatened the political order. Desperate for military aid against local Italian rivals, John had earlier invited the powerful King Otto I of Germany to Rome, and even crowned him Holy Roman Emperor in 962. But almost immediately, John betrayed Otto, entering secret alliances with the emperor's enemies. When Otto discovered the treachery, he marched back to Rome. John, panicking, fled the city. In his absence, Emperor Otto convened that synod of bishops at St. Peter's which formally deposed John XII for his crimes and elected a new pope, Leo XIII. John XII, however, was not quite done. As soon as Otto and his army left Rome, John gathered allies and seized the Lateran palace again, expelling his replacement in a burst of bloody violence. Rome was then thrown into chaos. Rival popes, rioting noble factions, and terrified commoners were all caught up in between. For ordinary Romans, these power struggles felt like a never-ending nightmare. Within a single year, they saw 3 different claimants as pope: John XII, Leo XIII, and even an anti-pope appointed by John's faction. Each change typically accompanied by street fighting and reprisals. John XII's end was as ignominious as his life. In May of 964, at about age 27, he died. Suddenly and fittingly, the circumstances were a little bit dodgy. Most popular stories were possibly apocryphal, but widely believed, and as John met his death in the bed of a married woman, killed in the act of adultery by an enraged husband who had caught them red-handed. Another version suggests that he was struck down by a paralytic stroke while in flagrante delicto. Either way, even in death, John became a cautionary tale. To the church reformers of later generations, he embodied the depths of corruption that could infect the highest office. To the common faithful of his time, the saga of John must have been bewildering. Imagine hearing that the vicar of Christ, instead of tending to prayers and alms, was rolling dice in taverns and violating people's sisters and daughters. Yet the immediate aftermath of John's fall offered a bit of hope. You see, it spurred Emperor Otto and others to insist on more stringent standards for papal elections. And indeed, Otto decreed that no pope would be valid without imperial approval, hoping to prevent local corrupt cabals from elevating another one like John. But moving on from John, if a single character embodies the absolute degeneration of the papacy before the great reforms of the Middle Ages, that might be Pope Benedict IX, infamous for being possibly the youngest pope in history and the only man to have held the office more than once. Benedict's career was a whirlwind of scandal, violence, and even a literal sale of the papal throne. He was the nephew of two previous popes, and the product of the powerful Tusculan family's grip on Rome. Through flagrant nepotism, and likely hefty bribes, Benedict, who was actually born Theophylactus, which Benedict a lot easier to spell, I suppose, was placed on the chair of Peter in 1032. His age at ascension is disputed. Some sources claim he was as young as 12, though modern historians think he was around 18 or 20. But in any case, he was shockingly unfit and, frankly, immature. Not his fault, he's just a young lad. Contemporary church writers mince no words about his character, though. The Catholic historian Pope Victor III, who had lived through that era, later wrote that, quote, "His life as pope was so vile, so foul, so execrable, that I shudder to think of it." Certainly not mixing words, that's for sure. Well, even allowing for pious hyperbole, it's clear that Benedict IX utterly disgraced the office. During Benedict's papacy, Rome was treated to the spectacle of a pope whose debaucheries rivaled those of John XII. He hosted wild parties, reputedly engaging in orgies and unspeakable violence. It was rumored that Benedict had a penchant for both men and women, and perhaps did not care whether his partners were married or even, in some accusations, if they were unwilling. Crime and assassinations also peppered his tenure. The Lateran Palace saw its share of intrigues and disappearances of Benedict's opponents. Ordinary Romans soon reached a breaking point with this tyrannical young pope. By 1044, Benedict's openly dissolute life so infuriated the populace that an uprising forced him out of Rome. In his stead, the rebels elected an antipope, Sylvester III. But Benedict, backed by his aristocratic family and hired troops, retook Rome by force mere months later, and his rival was ousted. This tumult, two popes vying for power in the city, gravely undermined whatever spiritual credibility the office held. So imagine being a simple Roman Christian at this time. One Sunday you're told that the Pope is Sylvester. The next, Benedict has violently reclaimed that title. Chaos like that could only breed cynicism and confusion among those faithful. But incredibly, the story does not end there. After regaining the papacy, Benedict soon found that being the Pope was not as fun as he thought it would be, especially when he began entertaining thoughts of marriage. Yes, the Pope wanted to marry his cousin and settle into a more secular life. So, in 1045, Benedict decided to just sell off the papal office to the highest bidder. The buyer was none other than his own godfather, the pious priest John XIII, who reportedly paid a hefty sum of gold to persuade Benedict to resign. John XIII was then acclaimed as Pope Gregory VI. And so, for the first time in history, the papacy had been bought like a common piece of property. This brazen simony shook Christendom, and even many worldly cardinals could not stomach it. Benedict happily took the money, though, and he left Rome. Things were good for a time. No sooner had Gregory VI tried to clean up the mess in Rome than Benedict IX had second thoughts. Perhaps his proposed marriage fell through, or maybe he just simply missed the power. But either way, Benedict gathered armed supporters and returned to Rome yet again, claiming he was still the legitimate pope since his resignation was invalid, being a simony transaction, that is. By 1046, the city of Rome found itself in an almost absurd predicament. 3 rival popes roamed: Benedict IX, Gregory VI, and the earlier usurper, Sylvester III, who also refused to relinquish his claim. The common Romans, not to mention the wider church, were frankly fed up with the situation. But fortunately, the German king and soon-to-be emperor, Henry III, decided that enough was enough. Henry descended into Italy with an army, summoned a council at Sutri in late 1046, and he deposed all 3 papal claimants in a sweeping act. The factions were dismantled. Sylvester was packed off to a monastery. Gregory, Benedict's godfather, that is, willingly stepped down and was exiled for his role in buying office. And Benedict IX, that stubborn troublemaker, was excommunicated and literally chased out of the city. Henry III then installed a respected German bishop as Pope Clement II, restoring a semblance of order. For the ordinary faithful, the fall of Benedict IX and the intervention of a foreign secular ruler showed how low the papacy could sink. The holiest office in all Christendom had become a plaything for a corrupt Roman elite, and its rescue had to come from an outside power. It was certainly a humbling moment for the Church, but also a turning point. In the aftermath, a series of reformist popes, inspired by the growing Cluniac reform movement, were to eliminate simony and enforce clerical celibacy, partly in reaction to those scandals of Benedict's time. As for Benedict himself, remarkably there are accounts, perhaps legendary, that he did eventually repent of his sins. One narrative suggests that he retired to a monastery and died penitent, an ending almost too neat for such a villain. Whether it's true or not, by the time of his death, Benedict had already secured his place in history's Hall of Shame. His unique distinction, the man who was Pope 3 times and literally put the papacy on the market, stands the stark lesson in how corrupting absolute power and wealth can be, especially when handed to one dangerously unworthy individual. Well, by the turn of the 14th century, the papacy had recovered much of its power and most of its prestige, perhaps too much for its own good. Pope Boniface VIII exemplifies the late medieval pope as a grandiose autocrat, a man whose unyielding quest for supremacy embroiled him in deadly conflicts and left a legacy tarred by accusations of arrogance, cruelty, and even a bit of heresy, too. Boniface VIII, born Benedetto Caetani, came to the papal throne in 1291. and under controversial circumstance too, he convinced his holy but ineffectual predecessor Celestine V to resign, and some whispered that Boniface all but forced the poor man out. Once in power, Boniface sought to magnify the authority of the papacy to unprecedented heights. He famously proclaimed, quote, "It is absolutely necessary for the salvation that every human creature be subject to the Roman pontiff." That line from his 1302 bull Unum Sanctam summarized his outlook, that popes should command kings and emperors, not the other way around. Boniface envisioned himself as the supreme overlord of Christendom in both temporal and spiritual affairs. But this bold doctrine did not sit well with the secular rulers of the day. Boniface soon found himself in ferocious disputes with powerful monarchs, notably King Philip IV of France. Philip insisted on the right to tax the French clergy and govern national affairs without papal meddling. Boniface responded by wielding spiritual threats. He excommunicated officials, and in 1302 asserted the aforementioned blanket supremacy of the papacy. The quarrel escalated beyond mere words. Philip's propaganda machine accused Boniface of terrible offenses: corruption, sodomy, even sorcery and atheism. These charges were likely exaggerated or completely false, concocted to undermine the Pope's moral standing, but nonetheless they indicate how Boniface was perceived by many as a worldly man, avaricious, one who had overstepped his bounds. In fact, Dante Alighieri, the great Italian poet, certainly held a dim view of Boniface. In the Divine Comedy, written shortly after Boniface's era, Dante consigns multiple corrupt popes to hell. In the Inferno, Dante actually encounters Pope Nicholas III, damned for simony, who, while burning upside down in a rock, mistakes Dante for Boniface arriving prematurely. Dante thus implies that Boniface VIII, still alive when the poem was set, was such a notorious Simonist and sinner that hell eagerly awaited him. To Dante and many of his contemporaries, Boniface represented the corruption of a church that had become too entangled in temporal greed and power. Boniface's conflict with King Philip culminated in a dramatic and violent episode known as the Outrage of Anagni. In September of 1303, as Boniface was preparing a bull of excommunication against Philip, the French king's advisor, Guillaume de Nogaret, along with the members of Rome's powerful Colonna family, longtime enemies of Boniface, by the way, launched a surprise attack on the papal palace at Anagni. The armed men burst in and found the aging Boniface VIII virtually alone. According to later accounts, the proud pope was slapped in the face by a henchman, one named Sciarra Colonna, a stinging humiliation for a man who saw himself as the supreme power on earth. Boniface was held hostage for 3 days, during which he reportedly refused all food, saying he'd rather die of starvation than yield to his foes. The local people of Anagni, however, were shocked at this sacrilege against the Pope, and soon rallied to free him. Though Boniface was rescued and brought back to Rome, the ordeal had broken him. He was deeply shaken by the insult and mistreatment, and within a month he fell gravely ill. In October of 1303, Boniface died, reportedly gnashing his teeth and raving to himself. Some exaggerated rumors even claimed he died completely mad, biting off his own hands in despair. A chronicler quipped he had, quote, "come in like a fox, reigned like a lion, and died like a dog." Pretty acidic. Certainly shows how Boniface's contemporaries saw the arc of his life. Cunning in his rise, ferocious in power, and pathetic in downfall. But after Boniface's death, his enemies were not quite finished. Philip IV, that is, pressured the next pope to posthumously put Boniface on trial for heresy. Though that trial never reached a conclusion, the new Pope Clement V quietly shelved it. The fact that a pope's memory could be so sullied was unprecedented. Within a few years, the papacy itself was moved to Avignon under French influence, in part due to the French dominance established after Boniface's debacle. For ordinary Catholics, the spectacle of a pope in violent conflict with the king, excommunications flying, and eventually the pope's abduction was as disorienting as it was scandalous. Many may have wondered at the time, if the pope and the most Christian king are behaving like warring feudal lords, where is the sanctity of the Church? Boniface's Jubilee year of 1300, which he had organized as a grand pilgrimage to Rome drawing throngs of the faithful, must have seemed a distant memory, as rumors of his disgrace circulated. In the long run, Boniface's pontificate showed the danger of an over-centralized papal power and unchecked ambition. It was a harsh legacy, but one that also fanned the growing embers of criticism that would in centuries to come burst into flames of open challenge to papal authority. Well, next we have the tale of Pope Urban VI, and that is one of tragic transformation. From a reform-minded outsider to a paranoid tyrant whose actions helped ignite the Great Western Schism. Bartolomeo Pregnano, the Archbishop of Bari, was elected in 1378 as Pope Urban VI, under rather extraordinary circumstances. For decades, the papacy had been exiled in Avignon, France, and the Romans were desperate to have a pope back on the home front. A restive Roman mob outside the conclave demanded a Roman or at least an Italian pope. Under this intense pressure, the cardinals chose Pregnano, an Italian, though not actually a Roman. They hoped that they could appease the public by doing this. And at first, it seemed to be working. Many hailed Urban VI's descent. He was not a cardinal, so he came as an outsider expected to reform the luxurious, easygoing lifestyle of the Avignon-trained curia. Indeed, Urban began by rebuking the cardinals for their vanity and luxury, calling for austere piety. He had kept his balance. He might have been a fine pope. Well, but almost immediately, Urban's personality took a dark turn. He was described as unstable, prone to violent rages and wild mood swings. The very cardinals who elected him soon regretted their choice, as Urban began insulting them publicly, calling them names, bullying them essentially, and even threatening their lives at points. The situation just kept getting worse and worse. The largely French group of cardinals felt unsafe and fled Rome that summer. Claiming that Urban's election had been made under mob intimidation, and thus was invalid, they declared Pope Urban VI deposed in September 1378, and elected a different cardinal as a rival pope, Clement VII, who set up his court at Avignon. In doing so, they inadvertently split the Catholic world in two. For now Europe had two popes, each with his own college of cardinals, and each excommunicating the other. This tragic split, the Great Western Schism, would last for 40 years. It would divide kingdoms, dioceses, and even families over which pope they recognized. Urban VI, however, must bear much blame for the start of the crisis. You see, his intemperate behavior alienated even those who initially supported him. for the ordinary Christian in, well, let's say, England or Italy, suddenly hearing that the Church now had two heads must have been quite confusing. Which one was the legitimate vicar of Christ? That was the question on everyone's lips. A source of scandal and dismay, undermining the faith in the institution that the Church was a unified guide to salvation. And, well, Urban's subsequent conduct only made things worse. Well, Urban, ensconced in Rome, grew increasingly tyrannical and suspicious of everyone and everything around him. He surrounded himself with a small cadre of loyalists and harshly dealt with any perceived disloyalty. In 1385, an event occurred that cemented Urban's reputation for cruelty. Some of Urban's own cardinals, who had remained with him, allegedly conspired to appeal to a church council to end the schism, and possibly part of that deal would be removing Urban himself. When Urban got wind of this, he was not pleased. He reacted with a vengeful fury. He ordered the arrest of 6 cardinals, whom he suspected of disloyalty. These princes of the Church were subjected to torture on the Pope's orders. Chroniclers report that in his vindictiveness, Urban personally supervised some of the tortures himself. One famous anecdote relates that Urban complained bitterly when the cardinals' agonized screams were not loud enough. He apparently said that he didn't hear enough screaming coming from the torture chamber. Now that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Whether it's true or not, it was recorded by contemporaries, so we should mention it. In any case, eventually, several of the cardinals were executed, done to death under the Pope's very nose in the castle of Nocera. Never before had a Pope tortured his own cardinals. Even many of Urban's loyal followers were appalled by his actions. Urban's war against his rivals was not only fought with chains and dungeons, it played out on the broader stage of Europe's battlefields. The schism meant that different nations took sides. France, Scotland, parts of Spain recognized the Avignon Pope Clement VII, while England, the Holy Roman Empire, and much of Italy decided to stick with Urban in Rome. Each pope's patrons fought diplomatically, and sometimes militarily, wreaking havoc in parts of Europe. Urban himself got entangled in the Kingdom of Naples' politics, turning on Queen Joanna of Naples, who favored the Avignon claimant, and eventually ordering a crusade against her. This conflict led to instability and violence in Italy, where mercenary armies clashed and the civilian population inevitably suffered siege, famine, and pillage. It was as if a civil war had erupted within Western Christianity. Urban's allies sacked towns loyal to the Antipope, and vice versa. Believers on both sides were bewildered that Christ's supposed representative could be responsible for so much bloodshed. In the end, Pope Urban VI died as he had lived, in turmoil, and perhaps by foul play. In 1389, while in Rome, he was said to have succumbed to injuries after a fall from a mule, but rumors swirled that he might have been poisoned by those who could no longer tolerate him. No firm evidence exists, but the mere existence of such rumors is telling. But he did leave behind a continuing schism. Indeed, after his death, the Roman cardinals quickly elected a successor, Boniface IX, and the dual papacies dragged on. It would take until 1417 for the Church to finally reunify under one pope, after years of rival claimants, and even a period with 3 simultaneous popes at one time. And by that time, the prestige of the papacy had been deeply tarnished. So for the average Christian in Europe, the Great Schism was a spiritual nightmare. Many didn't know which pope to obey. Saints and theologians were also divided in their loyalties. Urban's savage behavior did little to reassure anyone of the papal officer's sanctity. In fact, Catherine of Siena, a famous saint who initially supported Urban as the rightful pope, later wrote sorrowfully about the wolves in the church tearing Christ's body apart. Of course, that's not literally Christ's body, but she means the church. Though she did not name Urban as one of the wolves, his actions clearly precipitated the tearing. So, we can say that through his despotic paranoia, he earned a dark place in papal history. He showed how even a man elevated to the highest position could stoop to the basest cruelty, all the while believing that he was doing nothing wrong. Well, next up we've got something you might have heard of. The surname Borgia. It's become synonymous with corruption, nepotism, and lust, and that is thanks largely to the notorious reign of Pope Alexander VI. Born Rodrigo Borgia in Spain, he was the second member of his family to become pope. In fact, his uncle, Calixtus III, had briefly reigned earlier in the century. Alexander VI's pontificate during the High Renaissance encapsulated both the grandeur and moral rot the papal court when it sinks to its worst. His era gave us lurid tales of poison and passion, pageantry and power politics, all centered on one man who pursued the aggrandizement of his family above all else. Under Alexander, the papacy became a family business in an almost blatant way, which shocked many contemporaries and later historians alike. So let's start from the beginning. When Rodrigo Borgia ascended to the throne of St. Peter in 1492, it was widely believed that he secured his election by bribing the College of Cardinals. You're not meant to do that. In any case, huge sums of gold reportedly changed hands. Lucrative church offices and estates were promised in exchange for votes. Even in a time not known for its scruples, this election stood out. The new Pope, Alexander VI, wasted no time in enriching his children. And yes, you heard me right, unlike most popes, he openly acknowledged several children from his long-term mistress, Vanozza de Catane. He elevated his illegitimate son, Cesare Borgia, to the rank of cardinal, at the age of 18, by the way, and showered titles of wealth on his other offspring, including the infamous Lucrezia Borgia. The nepotism was flagrant. He wasn't even bothering trying to hide it. Lands of the papal states were carved into dynastic fiefs for the Borgias. Valuable offices went to teenage relatives, and advantageous marriages were arranged for his children into powerful noble houses. For example, Alexander made Cesare resign his cardinalship to become a secular warlord, and with French help, Cesare carved out a mini-kingdom in central Italy by force of arms. All of this done under papal blessing, by the way. Well, this effectively had turned the papacy into a launching pad for the new Borgia dynasty of princes, a goal that Alexander pursued ruthlessly. The moral atmosphere of Alexander VI's court was infamous too. Banquets and masquerades filled the Vatican palaces, and the Pope, well into his 60s, continued taking mistresses. One legendary event that came to symbolize the degeneracy of Alexander's reign was the Banquet of the Chestnuts in 1501. According to the diary of Johann Burchard, the papal master of ceremonies that is, Alexander VI hosted an orgiastic banquet in the Vatican, where 50 courtesans danced nude among the attending clergy and nobility, scooping up chestnuts and scattered on the floor in a lewd game. The Pope allegedly looked on, laughing as prizes were offered to guests who demonstrated sexual stamina with these courtesans. The scandalous story, though reported by a usually reliable contemporary, is so extreme that some historians have questioned its full veracity. But whether it was slightly exaggerated or not, it was fully believed, and certainly reflected how people viewed the Borgia court. A den of iniquity, not seen since the days of Caligula. One can scarcely imagine how the ordinary citizens, especially the more devout Catholics, reacted to whispers of such debauchery. Some likely dismissed them as gossip, but many knew of the Pope's open vices and were frankly sickened. Preachers like the fiery Savonarola in Florence railed against Rome as a new Babylon, condemning the papal court's corruption and predicting divine wrath. Alexander VI's wickedness was not limited to lavish vice. It also had a deadly edge. The Borgias were often accused of resorting to poison to eliminate rivals or wealthy cardinals whose fortunes they coveted. It was dangerous in Alexander's Rome to be a cardinal with an ample treasury, because the Pope might suddenly redistribute your wealth after he kills you. One striking case was Cardinal Orsini. He was arrested on the Pope's orders under dubious charges and died in captivity, after which Alexander promptly seized his estates and riches for the benefit of Caesar. And of course many suspected that he was quietly poisoned. Caesar Borgia himself was notorious for political assassinations. He had rivals strangled or stabbed, often with his father's knowledge or tacit approval. The Pope's enemies lived in fear. Some who spoke out, like the reformer Savonarola, were excommunicated and eventually executed. Savonarola was burned as a heretic in 1498 after defying a papal order, though Florence's authorities carried it out. Thus, beyond the gilded excess, Alexander VI's Rome had a reign of terror for those who crossed the papal family. The impact of Alexander's papacy on the wider world was complex too. On one hand, he was skilled in diplomacy, and he did make significant decisions, like arbitrating between Spain and Portugal in 1494 to divide newly discovered lands in the Americas, the line of demarcation that granted much of the New World to Spain. But even that act can be seen cynically. He was effectively parceling out the world like a secular emperor. In spiritual terms, the Borgia scandals fueled a growing chorus of dissent. Common people saw high church officials living more luxuriously and sinfully, more than any prince would, and it bred cynicism and anger. In Germany, Martin Luther was a young man during Alexander's reign, and the general atmosphere of a corrupt Rome would later influence his resolve to challenge papal authority. Well, even in Rome, murmurs of discontent were palpable. When Alexander VI eventually died in 1503, many thought it was the devil finally collecting his due. There is a grisly anecdote about his death as well. The Pope fell suddenly ill, possibly from malaria, although rumors insisted it was from accidentally drinking poison intended for someone else, and he died within days. His corpse decomposed rapidly, bloating, blackening, reportedly to the point that it barely fit in the coffin. Onlookers took it as a sign of God's judgment. One contemporary wrote that Alexander's body swelled up like a wineskin left in the sun, an object of public revulsion even in death. Yet interestingly, one of Alexander's successors, Pope Julius II, who hated the Borgias, later remarked that Alexander, for all his faults, had been effective at strengthening the papal states. It was a grudging acknowledgment that the Borgia Pope's political acumen was undeniable, albeit employed for unscrupulous ends. Well, by the second decade of the 16th century, the papacy had returned to respectability in form, if not in spirit. Pope Leo X, born Giovanni de' Medici, you might have heard of the family name, was not a flagrant monster like Alexander VI. In fact, he was quite a cultivated man, a connoisseur of art, music, and pleasure. But it was precisely Leo's worldliness and financial recklessness that earned him the infamy as one of the evil popes, in the sense that his actions or inactions had disastrous consequences for the Church. Leo X's name is forever linked to the Protestant Reformation, which his opulent papacy inadvertently sparked. A famous saying often attributed to Leo captures his spirit: "Since God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it." Well, that certainly sounds like trouble, doesn't it? Enjoy it how? Whether or not he actually said these words to his brother, it was widely believed, and for a good reason. Leo took the throne at 37 years old, the scion of the mighty Medici family of Florence, and he behaved more like a Renaissance prince than a vicar of Christ. He loved extravagance. He threw lavish festivals, sponsored grand cardinals in Rome, and spent prodigious sums on Renaissance art and architecture. He was the Pope who continued the costly construction of the new St. Peter's Basilica, originally began under Julius II. To finance his endless spending, Leo borrowed heavily and also resorted to selling offices and indulgences on an unprecedented scale. Now, just quickly, if you're not up with your Catholic words and terms, an indulgence was a church-issued remission, temporal punishment of sins, something that could be granted for pious acts, but under Leo, indulgences became a commodity, hawked by traveling preachers in exchange for money. The most notorious campaign was in 1517. That was when Leo authorized a special indulgence to fund the completion of St. Peter's Dome, partnering with the German archbishop who needed money to pay off his own debts. Aggressive preachers like Johann Tetzel roamed through Germany, promising peasants that their coins could spring souls from purgatory. Quote, "As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs." A crass commercialization of spiritual grace, and one that appalled many devout Christians and scholars alike. It was the immediate provocation for Martin Luther, an Augustinian monk and theology professor, to pen his notorious 95 Theses later in 1517, questioning the Church's authority to sell indulgences and highlighting the corruption. Leo at first paid little heed to the brewing storm in the north. He was too busy with revelry and patronage. He kept a menagerie, including a white elephant named Hanno, gifted by the King of Portugal, an exotic symbol of his court's excess. When the elephant died, actually, Leo mourned it lavishly. Some noted that he seemed more troubled by his pet's death than the crisis fermenting in Germany. But the Pope also had a well-known appetite for fine foods, and perhaps for other sensual delights, if you know what I mean. Some of his contemporaries accused him of sodomy and keeping young men for his pleasure. Rent boys, basically. Though these claims were likely part of a hostile, rumor-mongering mill that was common at the time. Hard to prove it right or wrong, to be honest. Modern historians differ on Leo's personal morality, but there's no doubt that he was indifferent to reforming the Church. He famously said of the papal office that aforementioned, quote, "Let us enjoy it," and indeed he indulged in costly entertainments. such as a banquet where 65 courses were served amid theatrical performances. While Leo and the Roman elite feasted, the common faithful in many parts of Europe were growing disillusioned with a church that seemed to constantly demand money, whether it be for baptisms, marriages, indulgences, all the while their spiritual leaders lived it up. Well, by 1520, the challenge from Martin Luther could no longer be ignored. Luther's calls for reform had turned into open defiance. His writing spread rapidly thanks to the new printing press. Pope Leo X eventually excommunicated Luther, branding him a heretic when he refused to recant. But the movement Luther sparked had already taken hold among many German peasants and princes who were weary of sending money to Rome and being subject to what they saw as an immoral clergy. A direct line can be drawn from Leo's decision to squeeze Christendom for funds to the outbreak of the Protestant Reformation, which tore Western Christendom apart. And tearing it apart was, soon, peasants revolted, princes raised armies under the banner of religious reform or defense, and decades of war and persecution ensued. Leo didn't see the worst of it, because he died in 1521, reportedly so broke that he left unpaid bills all over Rome. The story goes that when the word of his death spread, his creditors stormed the Vatican to seize what they could. The papal treasury was virtually empty, drained by Leo's profligacy. But for all his patronage of high culture, i.e. Raphael's magnificent tapestries in the Sistine Chapel, for instance, they were commissioned by Leo. Pope Leo X was judged harshly by contemporaries who cared more about the Church's soul than its artistic glories. The Florentine historian Francesco Guicciardini wrote a scathing assessment that under Leo the Vatican was given over to luxuriousness, and Leo, quote, expended the treasures amassed by his predecessors and by himself in amusements and festivals. Common folk in Protestant-leaning lands began to see the Pope not as a holy father, but as a kind of antichrist figure, greedy, deceitful, and depraved. Anti-papal cartoons of the time depicted the Pope as a devil selling salvation. And such was Leo's legacy among the burgeoning Protestant sects. Even within Catholic lands, he was viewed as an embarrassment. The need for reform in head and members of the Church had always been talked about for generations, but under Leo it was never taken seriously. And so in a way, Leo's failures gave birth to two movements, the Protestant Reformation outside, and eventually the Catholic Counter-Reformation from within, whereby later popes and councils worked to rectify abuses. Unfortunately for Leo's immediate successor, the situation would only worsen. That successor, Pope Clement VII, would face the direct consequences of the tumult that Leo helped to create, including one of the most horrific events to ever befall the city of Rome. Well, maybe we've saved the best or the worst for last. Not sure, whichever way you take it. If there was ever a pope beset by misfortune, partly of his own making, it was Pope Clement VII. Born Giulio de' Medici, the illegitimate son of a brother of Leo X, by the way, Clement VII inherited a troubled church and a volatile political situation in Europe. By 1523, when he became pope, the Protestant Reformation was in full swing in Germany, challenging papal authority left, right, and center, and the papal states were entangled in the power struggles of mighty monarchs, chiefly Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire, who was also King of Spain, by the way, and King Francis I of France. Clement was a shrewd and experienced statesman. He had served as Leo X's right-hand man, and was a cardinal for many years. Yet all his cleverness often backfired. He is remembered as a pope whose indecisive and self-interested policies led to catastrophe. The sack of Rome in 1527, a calamity that people of the time likened to the ancient Goths' destruction of Rome. But that wasn't it. In addition to that, Clement's refusal to annul Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, partially out of fear of offending Catherine's nephew, Emperor Charles V, triggered the English Reformation, and that ripped England away from Catholicism. So in short, Clement presided over the most tumultuous and destructive moments in papal history, arguably, earning him a notorious spot among the bad popes. The sack of Rome deserves particular attention, as an event that brought unspeakable suffering to ordinary Romans. So how did that all happen? Well, the problem was Clement tried to play a double game in the rivalry between Charles and Francis. Initially, he allied with Charles, but after the French king was defeated and captured in 1525, Clement grew weary of Habsburg dominance, with their big chins. You've seen the pictures. Well, by 1526, he switched sides, joining a coalition of Italian states and France, that is the League of Cognac, to resist Charles' power in Italy. It was a bold and some might say foolish gamble. Charles' armies, a mix of Spanish veterans and German mercenaries, marched south, many of whom were Lutheran and held the Catholic Church in contempt. By early 1527, these unpaid and mutinous troops were heading toward Rome, the rich prize of the Pope's own city. Clement had little effective military defense, and he had underestimated the threat. On May 6, 1527, Charles V's forces stormed the walls of Rome, and the ensuing sack was brutal beyond measure. The emperor had not explicitly ordered the pillage, and later he expressed regret, but he couldn't control his army. For 8 days, Rome was subjected to horrors reminiscent of the fall of ancient Rome, maybe even worse. Soldiers went on a rampage, looting, murder, destruction, everything. Churches and palaces were stripped of all valuables. Priceless art and relics were smashed or stolen. Homes of rich and poor alike were ransacked, and their inhabitants tortured to reveal hidden treasures. Monks and priests were killed, or brought out to the streets to be taunted and mocked. And the nuns, well, they suffered tragic fates at the hands of the soldiers that will remain unspoken. The Vatican Library may have been lost, had not some quick-thinking secretaries bribed the invaders to spare it. One eyewitness, the artist Benvenuto Cellini, took up arms in defense of the city. By his own account, he shot the enemy commander, the Duke of Bourbon, dead during the assault. But that did not stop the onslaught. And where was Pope Clement VII during the apocalypse? Well, he was holed up in the Castle Sant'Angelo, the fortress-like castle near St. Peter's, along with a couple of thousand troops and civilians. The Pope had fled there at the last moment, escaping through a secret corridor from the Vatican as Swiss guards made a heroic last stand to cover him. Yes, 147 of the valiant Swiss guards were slain on the steps of St. Peter's, a sacrifice still honored by that court today. And it is, if you're familiar with it, the topic of that Sabaton song. I forgot what it was called. Now you'll tell me in the comments, you'll know it. So in Castle Sant'Angelo, Clement cowered while Rome burned and bled. He could do nothing but watch smoke billow from the city and pray for deliverance. For months, Clement remained a virtual prisoner in the castle, as the occupiers controlled Rome. Reports say he grew a long beard of penitence, a dramatic sight since popes were normally clean-shaven. mourning the sack of the Holy City. Outside the castle, terrible scenes continued. Plague broke out from the heaps of unburied bodies. By the time the soldiers finally departed, Rome's population had dropped from about 55,000 to 10,000. Due to death, capture, many citizens were taken as slaves or ransom, and of course just flight. It was an utter humiliation for Clement. People across Europe, both Protestant and Catholic, interpreted the sack of Rome as divine punishment on the decadent church or on the treacherous pope, depending on one's viewpoint. In Protestant lands, satirists gleefully pointed out that the Holy Father had been made to eat his bread of sorrows, besieged and impoverished. In Catholic lands there was a more somber sense that the unchecked worldliness of the papacy had invited the wrath of God. As for Clement, he eventually surrendered to the emperor's terms, paying a huge ransom and ceding territory. When he was finally released, the Pope emerged to a destroyed city. The psychological blow was perhaps even greater than the physical one. The illusion of the Pope's invulnerability was shattered. For ordinary Romans who survived the Clementine era was one of trauma and loss. Families destroyed, livelihoods gone, and a deep sense of betrayal that their shepherd had led them astray into such disaster. Clement himself never quite recovered his authority. He had to appease Emperor Charles V in every way thereafter. In 1529, Clement even had to crown Charles V as emperor in a grand ceremony. The same man whose troops had ravaged Rome, an event dripping with political necessity and irony. Clement also largely abandoned his earlier alliance with France. Survival dictated reconciliation with the stronger power. His other notorious decision was his handling of King Henry VIII's divorce case. In the late 1520s, Henry VIII of England pleaded for an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, who had not borne him a male heir. Catherine, however, was Emperor Charles V's aunt. Under normal circumstances, a politically astute pope might have found a face-saving way to grant the annulment. But Clement, now effectively under Charles's thumb after 1527, could not afford to anger the emperor again by disgracing his family. So, Clement stalled, equivocated, and ultimately refused Henry's request. Henry responded by rejecting papal authority altogether, declaring himself the supreme head of the Church of England. By 1534, England had broken away from Rome. Monasteries would be dissolved, Catholic loyalists executed, and centuries of adherence to the Pope overturned. It was a seismic shift in European religion and politics. Clement lived just long enough to see the very beginning of the English schism. He died late in 1534. And some might argue that Clement was trying to uphold doctrine in refusing Henry. But the reality is that his political engagements left him with no freedom to maneuver. His papacy ended, with Christendom even more splintered. Not only were Protestants growing in Germany and beyond, but now an entire kingdom was lost to Rome, and it was all because of his decision. But it is perhaps too simplistic to label Clement VII as evil in the way we might straightforwardly label John XII or Benedict IX. He wasn't personally debauched or sadistic. He was, however, cunning to a fault, indecisive when it mattered the most, and consistently prioritized Medici family interests and Italian politics over the broader well-being of the Church. And these flaws proved to be calamitous. Ordinary people suffered terribly, whether the peasants of Germany drawn into religious wars, the faithful of England forced to choose loyalty to the king or to the Pope, or the citizens of Rome massacred in 1527. In large part, it was because of Clement's actions. or his inactions. And whether we use the word evil or not, certainly earns him a place in this tragic pantheon of failed popes. Welcome everybody to part 2 of evil popes throughout history. Originally we were only going to do one part on this, but since they were so popular, we figured, why don't we do a few more? After all, there are enough evil popes, or at least popes that did not quite meet up to their expectations, to fill at least 4 videos, so this will be part 2 out of 4, not to give away the entire series. So before we begin, thank you for supporting on Patreon and YouTube memberships and keeping everything ad-free to those who can, and those who can't, thank you for liking and subscribing and telling your friends about the channel. All that being said, let's get straight into it. And we've got an interesting one to start. The first pope to be murdered. Why? You'll see. We go back to the 9th century, which was, even by the standards of medieval Europe, an exceptionally brutal period, especially for the papacy. The Carolingian Empire that Charlemagne had built was fracturing under some quarrelsome descendants. The apple fell quite far from the tree. Viking raiders were pushing south into the river systems of France and Germany, and the city of Rome itself, well, that was being fought over by a rotating cast of aristocratic factions who treated the papal office as nothing more than a useful instrument of political leverage. They saw it as something to be captured and exploited, and of course, when necessary, disposed of. And so into this situation stepped John XIII in 872, a man of considerable administrative ability and, of course, genuine political ambition. But he would spend a decade trying to hold together a world that was actively falling apart. And he would meet his end at the hands of the people that he trusted the most. John VIII's papacy was defined by his relationship with the Carolingian rulers, then by his succession of deteriorating relationships. These rulers nominally protected the papacy. He crowned 2 emperors, Louis II in 872, and after Louis's death, Charles the Fat in 881. He was an activist pope by any measure. He maneuvered, cajoled, and threatened, and he begged for military support against these Saracen raids that were devastating the Italian peninsula, and had in 846 reached Rome itself, even sacking the basilicas of St. Peter and Paul outside the walls. Not an ideal situation, that's for sure. John's correspondence with the Carolingian rulers is a remarkable document, and it shows this increasing desperation. You see, letters grow longer, and the promises more extravagant. The tone begins to be frantic. It becomes clear that the emperors he was crowning were either unable or simply unwilling to provide the military force that he needed. So, when military alliances failed, John decided to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty. And the old papal vehicle for that was excommunication, wielding this with a frequency that strains good manners. You see, when you excommunicate somebody, it's a big deal. You know, you basically say, you're not a part of God's kingdom anymore. And, well, depending on how religious you are, that's certainly quite a death blow. Over the course of his 10-year pontificate, he excommunicated bishops who refused to cooperate, nobles who sided against him, an archbishop of Ravenna that he suspected of conspiracy. No real proof for that one, but suspicion was enough, rather. And at various points, he decided to excommunicate a substantial portion of the Frankish ecclesiastical hierarchy collectively, just putting them all into the big bad boy box. Well, they failed to support a few of his positions at synods, and that was enough for them to be smeared with the same brush. The Frankish bishops largely ignored all of this, however, which was perhaps the most corrosive possible response. You were meant to be outraged. You were meant to beg to be let back in. But they just didn't care. No negotiation, no stamping feet, just a shrug of the shoulders. Oh well. You see, John was discovering that the Church's ultimate spiritual weapon was only effective against people who still believed in it, and the people causing him the most trouble had moved past the point where spiritual weapons frightened them. The tone of his letters in his final years of his pontificate had the specific quality of a man who's shouting and receiving no reply. What excommunication meant in full theological force was total exclusion from sacramental life of the Church. The excommunicate couldn't receive communion, they couldn't receive other sacraments, nor even have a Christian burial, and in the most extreme medieval interpretation, was understood fundamentally to be handed over to Satan for destruction of the flesh, with the soul's eventual salvation left to God's mercy. So basically, John, with any of these people who disagreed with him, even in the slightest, in theological terms, was saying, all right, well, you're going to hell then. I mean, it doesn't get much more evil than that. Well, its secondary provisions extended to anyone knowingly associated with the excommunicate, making it a kind of spiritual quarantine designed to isolate the offender from a normal social life. In a society where the Church's sacraments covered entry into marriage, witnessed property transfers, administered last rites, and basically provided the entire framework of legitimate community life, excommunication was theoretically capable of making a person's existence nearly impossible. In practice, its force rested entirely upon the faith of those targeted, and the willingness of these secular rulers to enforce its social consequences. So, by the late 9th century, neither condition reliably held across the Frankish territories. John was trying to manage all this, and no one really cared. Which is why the Frankish bishop's shrug of the shoulders was not merely insulting, but a genuine diagnostic. It showed him exactly how much currency the weapon he was carrying had left, and it wasn't good news. Now, of course, people did not really want John around for too long. We already said he was murdered, and you can already see how he gained a lot of enemies. The murder itself, in December of 882, was carried out by members of his own inner circle, people with access to his food, quarters, daily routine. The annals of Fulda and several later chronicles give essentially the same account, and that was that he was poisoned, the good old-fashioned murder method. The poison, however, worked a little bit too slow for the conspirators' purposes. They were a little impatient. Apparently they were unwilling to wait or afraid of discovery. So somebody picked up a hammer and beat him over the head with it until he died. Yeah, the old-fashioned way once again. Even more old-fashioned. Well, the specificity of that detail has a quality that rings true across 11 centuries. The improvised desperation of people who had started something and they needed to finish it quickly. He holds the unfortunate title of being the first pope to be murdered. But he was not the last. In the 50 years following his death, at least 5 more popes would die violently or under deeply suspicious circumstance. As the pattern his murder inaugurated consumed the institution he had spent his papacy trying to defend. He tried to hold it all together, but there were too many external enemies. He made them himself, though, and those enemies who killed him were already inside, just waiting for a chance. Of course, if John was the victim of the 9th century's chaos, Sergius III was a deliberate product and exploiter of it. By the time Sergius seized the papal throne in 904, the pattern of violent succession that John's murder had helped establish was well entrenched. But Sergius put the foot to the gas pedal with a thoroughness that even his contemporaries found to be quite remarkable. He did not simply benefit from the deaths of his predecessors, he actually arranged them. You're not meant to do that as a pope. Well, Leo V, who had been the pope for roughly 2 months in 903, was sitting in a prison when Sergius came to power, deposed, awaiting an uncertain fate. Christopher, who had deposed Leo and briefly held the throne, was also imprisoned. Sergius had both of them strangled. The 10th century bishop and chronicler Liutprand of Cremona, a writer whose gifts for vividness and malice were roughly equal, records this with a matter-of-fact brevity that medieval sources reserve for more routine atrocities. 2 popes, strangled, the throne cleared. What distinguishes Sergius from the merely violent popes who preceded him in his role in founding the institutional framework for what later historians called the Pornocracy, the rule of harlots, the period from roughly 904 to 964, in which the papacy was effectively controlled by a succession of powerful Roman aristocratic women, most prominently Theodora and her daughter Marozia. Now, the term pornocracy was coined by Liutprand himself, and it shows both his hostility and his particular blindness. What he was describing as female sexual manipulation was from an other angle, simply female power operating through the informal channels that formal exclusion left open. But Sergius was the architect, regardless of how we characterize the institution, and his connection to Marozia is the dynasty's founding event. So who's Marozia? Well, we don't have a huge amount of details, but within the context we know what's going on with her. She was approximately 15 when she became Sergius's lover. Why don't you take a seat over there, Sergius? The sources are not in complete agreement about her precise age, but they agree that she was young, probably too young for a pope. The daughter of the Theophylact, the Count of Tusculum, who was the most powerful man in Rome. The relationship between an elderly pope and a teenage Roman noblewoman was scandalous by the standards of even that era. Liutprand calls Marozia Sergius's concubine and describes the arrangement with evident relish. Whether this was genuine affection, a calculated political alliance, or something a little more coercive, given power is differential between an aging pope and a teenager from his patron's household, well, that's a question that the sources do not really settle. And it's a little bit hard to tell now, certainly. At this distance, we should be honest about that, and we can't really know. Of course, it doesn't look good from the outside. You've got some 15-year-old girl with some crusty old pope, it doesn't look good at all. But, you've just got to work with what you have in terms of evidence. And what is not disputed is the consequence. Marozia bore a son who was almost certainly Sergius's. Of course, people were talking this was somebody else, and, well, once again, we don't know. And once again, it doesn't look good. But that son, also named John, eventually became Pope John XI in 931. The Pope's illegitimate child, by a teenage aristocrat, would grow up to wear the robes. Well, part 1 of the series, we already described the pornocracy. Sergius was the real father of all this. Probably not the legacy he wanted, but it's the one that he got. He also chose to condemn the entire papal output of his predecessor, Formosus, not just Formosus's policies or positions, but every ordination he had performed and every appointment he had made as null and void, just cancelling the whole thing. This was not a theological abstraction either. You see, the thing was, hundreds of clergy across Europe suddenly found themselves as re-invalidated, their orders cancelled, their careers erased by one man's vendetta against another who was already dead. The practical chaos forced Sergius to quietly retreat from the position, but the willingness to inflict that kind of institutional damage for personal reasons is pretty characteristic of him. He was pope for 7 years. He murdered 2 predecessors, founded a dynasty that would dominate the papacy for 60 years, and demonstrated conclusively that the keys of St. Peter were available to whoever was willing to take them by whatever means the moment required. He died in bed, which, for a pope of his era, counts as relatively peaceful. The Formosa's condemnation was not beneath its ugliness, entirely without canonical pretext, by the way. The technical dispute turned on the question of episcopal translation, whether a bishop validly consecrated for one diocese could be moved to another, and whether the orders he performed after the move were valid. Formosus had been the bishop of Porto before becoming pope, and his opponents argued that his translation to the Roman See was canonically irregular, his papacy therefore illegitimate, and his ordinations consequently null. Better luck next time, I suppose. Pope Stephen VI had pursued this argument to its logical and grotesque conclusion at the Cadaver Synod of 897, exhuming Formosa's corpse, dragging it in full vestments and propping it on the throne to conduct a formal ecclesiastical trial. That's right, a corpse just sitting there. A little bit odd. The corpse was found guilty, of course. He was dead guilty. Anyway, its vestments were stripped, 3 fingers were cut off, and the body was thrown into the Tiber River. Sergius ratified his condemnation when he came to power, which served to the convenient additional purpose of invalidating the orders of the clergy, who had been loyal to Formosus, and who might otherwise have been obstacles to his authority. The translation controversy was eventually settled in Formosus's favor by later canonical scholarship. The chaos Sergius helped to create, well, that would take considerably longer to resolve. Alright, so next up there's a bit of a jump. We go to 1198. The jump from Sergius III to Innocent III spans 3 centuries, and a transformation of the papacy from a battered local institution to the most powerful administrative entity in Western civilization. By 1198, when Innocent III was elected at the age of 37, which is, by the way, young for a pope, strikingly young, and the papacy had consolidated its claims to universal spiritual jurisdiction, and had successfully humbled emperors and launched 3 crusades to the Holy Land. Results may vary on them. Innocent was intelligent. He was legally trained and, in theological terms, very serious, and he possessed an ambition calibrated to the scale of the institution that he now led. He genuinely believed that the Pope was the vicar of Christ on earth, that temporal power was subordinate to spiritual authority, that it was both divine right and duty to reshape Christendom according to his understanding of the divine order. Excuse me. Well, his understanding of divine order included burning alive the people who disagreed with it. So there's that too. It is what it is. Here we are at the Albigensian Crusade, which Innocent called in 1208 against the Cathar heretics of southern France. And that was the first crusade directed not at Muslims or Jews, but at baptized Christians on European soil. The Cathars, sometimes called the Albigensians, after the town of Albi, were basically a dualist movement with strong roots in the Languedoc region of what is now southern France. They rejected the Catholic Church's sacraments, hierarchy, identification with worldly power, and its theology of creation, holding that the material world was the creation of a malevolent force rather than the good God of the New Testament. The human soul, in their understanding, was a divine spark imprisoned in a corrupt matter, destined to cycle through reincarnations until it could finally be freed. The movement had a two-tier structure: the perfecti, an ascetic spiritual elite who lived celibate, vegetarian lives, and served as the movement's clergy. They administered the consolamentum, a ritual laying on of hands that conferred full membership on the hope of liberation, while the credentes, ordinary believers, lived normal lives and typically deferred the consolamentum until their deathbeds to avoid its austere demands. This arrangement made Catharism genuinely quite popular. You could sympathize with the faith, admire the perfecti, and go on eating meat and having a family with a deathbed sacrament right at the last minute as a bit of a spiritual insurance. The Church found this theologically intolerable in multiple directions simultaneously, which helps explain the visceral intensity of the institutional response. When a papal legate named Pierre de Castelnau was murdered in 1208, Innocent used the killing as a trigger for something considerably more systematic. The Crusade was a military campaign led by northern French nobles. Chief among them was Simon de Montfort, a man of real military talent and limited spiritual imagination. This was done with the papacy, providing spiritual authority and the promise of the same indulgences offered to crusaders going to Jerusalem. It lasted 20 years. From 1209 to 1229 it devastated the Languedoc. The sack of Béziers in July of 1209 is its most notorious episode. The city fell quickly, and the Crusaders found themselves in a possession of mixed populations of Catholics and Cathars with no practical means of sorting them out. Arnaud Amalric, the papal legate in command, reportedly responded to the question of how to distinguish heretics from the faithful with words that have echoed across 8 centuries. And they're pretty evil, too. You ready? Kill them all. God will know his own. Well, the phrase appears in a letter written shortly after the event by Arnaud himself. Well, he describes the massacre in terms suggesting he was even proud of it, and the city was subsequently burned. You see, usually with little quotes like that from history, it usually comes with that caveat by saying, well, he might have said it, or somebody said it in a later retelling, and, But this distasteful sentence, kill them all, God knows his own. No, he really, that was the quote. Yeah, not good at all. Anyway, contemporary estimates put the death toll at 7,000, but the Chronicles of the Albigensian Crusades, written by a witness, gives a figure of about 20,000, which historians regard as almost certainly inflated but still indicative of the scale of the killing. The accurate number, of course, is irrecoverable, but who knows if there's mass graves of Cathars out there somewhere. Well, what followed Béziers was not a temporary atrocity but a sustained campaign, combining military assault with formal inquisitorial process for identifying and eliminating Catharism in the communities that survived the fighting. Simon de Montfort became the effective ruler of large portions of Languedoc through conquest, displacing the local nobility and replacing them with northern French lords who had no real connection to the region and no interest in its cultural or political traditions. The troubadour culture of Occitan-speaking southern France, the poetry tradition from which so much of European lyric poetry descended, was largely wiped out in the process. Its noble patrons were killed or dispossessed, its practitioners scattered. This particular causality of the Crusade is less visible than the massacres, sure, but arguably its consequences for European cultural history is just as bad. Innocent III's crusade didn't just kill Cathars, but it destroyed a civilization. He never even visited the Languedoc. He never saw the towns that his crusade burned, and he died in 1216, still directing it from Rome, having accomplished in southern France what he had been unable to do in Jerusalem. Innocent II was not at Béziers. He received news of the massacre from Arnaud's own letter, and he didn't condemn it. At least not publicly, but probably not at all. His response was to continue prosecuting the crusade. Well, whether he knew in advance that the campaign would protect this kind of violence, whether he intended it, or just chose to look to the other side, we don't really know. We debated that for centuries without a proper resolution, but what can be said is that he clearly had been informed of the massacre's scale by the man who oversaw it, and his reaction was just to keep on going. The Albigensian Crusade killed an uncertain number of people. The scale of the demographic damage to Languedoc's population suggested a figure in the low hundreds of thousands over a full 20 years of warfare, but the precise number is less important than the fact that Innocent called the crusade, maintained it, and died still pursuing it. The Fourth Crusade, which Innocent also sanctioned, ended in the sack of Constantinople in 1204, the catastrophic capture and looting of the greatest Christian city in the world by a crusading army that had been diverted from its original objective through a combination of debt, political manipulation by Venetians, and the specific opportunism large military forces tend to generate when they find themselves pointed at something valuable. The sack of Constantinople by Latin Christians was, from the perspective of the Eastern Church, an atrocity whose wounds have not fully healed even to this day. The relics, art, and treasures of the city were dispersed across Western Europe. The Byzantine Empire was replaced for 60 years by a Latin Empire that the Byzantines regarded with complete accuracy as a foreign occupation. Innocent expressed shock at the diversion when he heard of it, wrote letters of protest to the Crusade leadership, and then, faced with the fait accompli of the Latin Christian Empire in Constantinople, just accepted the situation, tried to use it to advance reunion between the Eastern and Western churches. But the shock was genuine, but so was the acceptance. These things coexist in the same man, the same papacy, and the discomfort that creates it's the whole point. Of course, the Inquisition did not begin with Gregory IX, who's our next pope. The prosecution of heresy by church authorities had a history stretching back centuries, and Innocent III had already moved toward a more systematic procedure during the Albigensian campaign. But the far more institutionalized papal inquisition, the standing office with permanent inquisitors, defined procedures and specific power to torture and execute, well, that was Gregory's creation. So let's talk about Gregory IX now. He appointed the first permanent inquisitors in 1231, Dominican friars chosen for their theological training, their commitment to orthodoxy, and their willingness to pursue heretics wherever they found them. He gave these inquisitors authority that superseded local bishops, meaning that a Dominican inquisitor arriving in the city could overrule the local ecclesiastical hierarchy. Now, that system was designed to be unaccountable to local pressure, and it was. The inquisitorial procedure that Gregory's appointees developed and systematized was a machine calibrated for a specific purpose, and that was producing confessions. the accused appeared before the inquisitor without any legal representation. The charges against them were often secret. They were not told who accused them, which meant that they couldn't confront their accusers. And torture, that was authorized. Gregory's successor, Innocent IV, formalized its use in 1252, but it was already being done well before that, and the specific techniques employed were left to the inquisitor's discretion. A confession produced under torture was considered valid if the accused repeated it voluntarily the following day, outside of the torture chamber, which the inquisitors ensured by informing the accused that returning to their confession was the condition of avoiding further torture. The entire system was designed to make acquittal structurally improbable. You were presumed guilty. Your accusers were protected. Your defenders were absent. And the physical capacity to withstand pain was the primary practical obstacle between you and a charge of heresy. The charges that could bring you before the Inquisition were broad enough to encompass a significant range of ordinary religious behavior. Catharism was the original target, but the Inquisitors rapidly expanded their attention to Waldensians, Joachimites, Fraticelli, and various other groups whose understanding of Christian practice diverged from the Dominican orthodoxy the Inquisitors carried with them. The Waldensians were particularly striking as targets, a movement founded in the 12th century by Peter Waldo of Lyon, who had sold his property and began preaching poverty and apostolic simplicity. The Waldensians were essentially doing what Francis of Assisi had done, but they had not obtained papal approval first, and in the ecclesiastical politics of the 13th century, unauthorized poverty, and I mean this spiritual poverty, was more dangerous than authorized wealth. I know it's all complicated, isn't it? Well, people were burned alive for religious positions that would seem from modern vantage like unremarkable variations of mainstream Christianity. Gregory IX's relationship with the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III is the most spectacular political conflict of the medieval period in some people's minds. It shows the degree which the Inquisition had simultaneously a theological instrument and a political weapon at its hands. Gregory excommunicated Frederick in 1227 for failing to honor a crusading vow, failing specifically to depart on crusade at appointing a time. Frederick then departed on crusade the following year while still excommunicated, which created a bit of an awkward situation. An excommunicated crusader leading a Christian army. Frederick, who was extraordinarily intelligent and thoroughly unimpressed by Gregory's spiritual authority, proceeded to negotiate a treaty with the Sultan of Egypt that gave Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Nazareth, and the corridor back to the sea back in Christian control. And he didn't even have to fight a battle for that. Gregory, though, was not impressed. He condemned the treaty. He had preferred that the crusade had failed honorably to succeed through negotiation with Muslims. He excommunicated Frederick again in 1239. Well, the pattern of this relationship defines the error and reveals the Inquisition's function clearly. It was, among other things, a tool for establishing that religious authority trumped secular authority, and anyone who challenged that principle was, by definition, a heretic. And, well, heretics are not allowed. Well, let's move on to Pope John XXII. By early 14th century, the papacy had moved to Avignon, in what is now southern France, and it would remain there for nearly 70 years. A period that people at the time found deeply troubling, and that the Patriarch, with characteristic Italian indignation, called the Babylonian captivity of the Church. Cool name. The Avignon papacy was not without genuine administrative accomplishment, though. The papal court there was pretty efficient, well organized, and produced a considerable body of canon law. But it was also, in the estimation of its critics, an institution that had subordinated itself to French royal interests, and was using the Church's global spiritual authority to generate revenue at a scale that would have seemed extraordinary even by the standards of the world's worst popes that we have discussed. Well, John XXII, who ruled from 1316 to 1334, was the most extreme expression of both administrative competence and financial appetite. His taxation of the Church was systematic and comprehensive in a way that went beyond previous practice. Anates, the requirement that newly appointed bishops and abbots surrender a year's income for their new office to the papacy, was extended and regularized. Papal provisions, the practice of the Pope appointing people to benefices before they were vacant, and collecting fees for doing so, well, that was done on an industrial scale now. The fees for dispensions, appeals, and administrative decisions for all kinds were calibrated and enforced. John XXII amassed a personal fortune of roughly 18 million gold florins. You don't get that by being a goody two-shoes. A figure that contemporaries found staggering, and well, historians have debated it, but it hasn't really been fundamentally revised. It's probably a give-or-take kind of situation. This was not the income the papacy used for church purposes. This was personal wealth, accumulated by John through his systematic monetization of spiritual authority. Dante, who died in 1321 during John's pontificate, placed a John-shaped vacancy, in hell before the Pope had even died, on the grounds that he would certainly end up there. The theological controversy is a most genuinely strange chapter in his reign, and it is worth dwelling on, because it reveals to the degree which the Pope's personal positions could destabilize the entire theological framework of the Church. In a series of sermons delivered in Avignon between 1331 and 1333, John publicly argued that the souls of the dead do not see God immediately after death, but must wait until the last judgment. That beatific vision, the direct perception of the divine that Catholic theology held to be the supreme reward of the blessed, was not available until the end of time. Well, this was not a minor liturgical dispute. It was directly contradicted to the Church's established teaching and the widespread popular belief about what happened to the dead. Kind of a big deal, right? It implied that prayers for the dead were more efficacious than previously understood. It had implications for the treasury of merit, the theology of purgatory, and the entire intercessory economy of the medieval Church. It was, by any reasonable standard, a heresy. Difference is, this time the Pope was arguing for it. I mean, he's not going to crusade himself, isn't he? At least not in public. Well, the stakes of this dispute extended further from the abstract questions of when precisely souls encountered the divine. The entire intercessory economy of the medieval Church rested on specific assumptions about the afterlife. If the souls of the dead were waiting in a dim room until the last judgment rather than already basking in divine presence, well, then prayers addressed to the saints were addressed to beings who could not yet intercede with God on anyone's behalf. The treasury of merit, that accumulated surplus of holiness that the Church dispensed through indulgences, drew its value from the assumption that saints were in a position to contribute to it, that the blessed were in a position to benefit. Well, masses said for the dead, the entire institutional practice of requiem and memorial, the prayers for the souls in purgatory, and of course, well, all these things constituting a major portion of the medieval liturgical life, these rested on the assumption that the dead were already in some form of relationship with the divine, not simply just waiting there in the darkness. John XXII was, whether he understood it or not, pulling at a thread that was woven through the entire fabric of the spiritual and economic life. His opponents recognized this immediately, which is why the response was so rapid and vehement. The uproar was immediate and sustained. Excuse me. Theologians across Europe wrote treatises condemning the position. The University of Paris formally dissented. The Holy Roman Emperor Louis of Bavaria, who had his own reasons to oppose John, declared him a heretic. Good Lord, well, you know you're in trouble when the Pope is a heretic, right? The Franciscan spirituals, who had their own conflicts with John over theology of apostolic poverty, piled on with evident satisfaction. It's worth noting that John had already inflamed the Franciscans in 1323 by formally condemning their theological position on apostolic poverty, the claim that Christ and his apostles had owned nothing as heretical, a decision that had driven the Franciscan Minister General, Michael of Cesena, and the philosophical writer William of Ockham into an open opposition and imperial exile. So, of course, everyone was holding these things quite close to heart. By 1331, John was therefore fighting a theological war on multiple simultaneous fronts, opposed by emperors, Franciscans, and the leading universities of Europe, continuing to preach positions that his own institution condemned. And that's what makes him, I suppose, evil in a different way. You see, he wasn't chasing down people and murdering them or anything like that. But to have a pope charged with this heretic label for the universities, for the pretty much his entire structure, to look at him as this kind of antichrist, well, they certainly thought he was pretty bloody evil. Our judgments? Well, that's up to you. But here's the thing. He retracted all of this on his deathbed in 1334. Under what pressure? We can only imagine. Acknowledging that souls who are fully purified do indeed see the divine essence immediately after death. The retraction satisfied his successor, who formally settled the question in orthodox terms in 1336. John XXII died, having spent 3 years arguing publicly that the standard Catholic understanding of heaven was wrong, and then recanting just in time to avoid being condemned by the institution he had led for 18 years. Convenient how that works, huh? Sounds a little bit like a Cathar consolamentum, but, whatever. Don't go there. Well, he was also accused by his enemies of practicing sorcery and black magic, which the sources are too hostile for us to really take it seriously, but it gives you some sense of the atmosphere that his papacy generated. He was also the wealthiest pope in history, and like we said, you don't get there by not stepping on some toes. He was also the only pope in history whose personal theology was, by the Church's own standards, heretical. And those are not small distinctions at all. Well, the next one we have is the Antipope, John XXIII, 1410 to 1415. And he's quite interesting because he had a particularly unexpected career before becoming the Pope. You'll never guess. You'll see what I mean. Well, the name John XXIII was recycled by Angelo Roncalli when he became Pope in 1958, in what was either an act of deliberate rehabilitation or a pointed theological statement that the original holder of the name was not a real Pope. The Catholic Church's current official position is that the Baldassare Cosa, that was his original name, was an anti-pope, elected by a faction during the Western Schism without legitimate standing, which technically frees the name for reuse. or whether you accept the classification or not depends on your view of some, frankly, complex eschatology. It's just, this ecclesiology, rather. It's not really worth going into. What is not in dispute, though, is what Cosa did before, during, and after his time as the most prominent claimant to the papal throne during one of the most chaotic periods in the Church's history. Baldassare Cosa was born into a minor Neapolitan noble family. He became a soldier, and apparently a pirate. The sources are inconsistent on this point, but it is worth noting the distinction between privateer and pirate in the late medieval Mediterranean was sometimes more legal than practical. He acquired a law degree from Bologna. He entered the church, rose through the hierarchy with unusual speed, rather suspicious, became a cardinal, and was elected pope by the Council of Pisa in 1410. The Council of Pisa had itself been convened to resolve the Western Schism by deposing the two existing claimants and electing a new one. The strategy produced, briefly, 3 simultaneous popes: the Roman line, the Avignon line, and the Pisan line that Cosa represented. Cosa therefore became pope as a solution to a crisis he then deepened, and that is characteristic. You see, his papacy was characterized by military campaigns, dirty politics, and a program of financial exploitation that made his predecessor, John XXVII, look restrained. He sold church officers on a scale that was remarkable, even by the standards of the period. He conducted multiple military campaigns against other papal claimants using the church's spiritual and financial resources, and he maintained a personal lifestyle that generated persistent and detailed accusations. The Council of Constance, convened in 1414 to 15 to resolve the schism finally, deposed him on 54 charges. Lock him up. Well, the charges that made it into formal record included, the normal stuff: heresy, schism, simony in its most systematic form, but also the crime of making war against other Christians, which the Council's documents referred to with judicial delicacy as notorious incontinence. Okay, and I didn't misread it. A phrase covering a range of sexual conduct with women, widows, and the wives of citizens in the cities under his control. Murder was listed. S.A. was listed. Sodomy, too. Edward Gibbon, writing in the 18th century, noted in The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire that the most serious charges were deliberately suppressed by the council as too foul for public discussion, which, given what was already on the list, well, it certainly leads the imagination to wonder. What else was he doing? God knows. Literally. Well, one specific allegation that appears in the sources, and that historians have taken seriously, though it cannot be verified, concerns the death of Alexander V, his predecessor in the Pisan line. Alexander died in 1410. Conveniently, shortly after Cosa had made clear his interest in the papacy, and conveniently, while in Cosa's direct care and custody. Doesn't look good, huh? The allegation of poisoning was part of the case against him at Constance. Of course, there's no proof, but the timing at minimum is very convenient. While the council voted to depose him, Cosa initially fled. He ran from Constance, apparently hoping to collapse the council by withdrawing the pope it was trying to judge, which is a maneuver that gives you a sense of the man's nerve. He was recaptured, returned, and deposed. He subsequently negotiated his way back into the good graces of the legitimate Pope Martin V in exchange for a substantial payment and political submission, and was made Cardinal Bishop of Tusculum. Not a bad job. He died in Florence in 1419, and is buried in the Florence Baptistery, in a magnificent tomb designed by Donatello and Michelozzo, two of the finest sculptors of the early Renaissance, hired to commemorate a former pirate pope. The tomb's gorgeous, by the way. But that's besides the point. Anyway, we have been moving through these papacies at the level of their architects. But how about we look at it from a different direction? The perspective of the people on whom those popes' decisions fell. Well, the victims of the Albigensian Crusade, they certainly stand out. They were mostly farmers, merchants living in the towns of Languedoc, people who had adopted the Cathar beliefs, or who just lived in a Cathar majority community. Perhaps some of them just had the misfortune of being in a community that the Crusaders had determined to make an example of. Certainly a bit of that going on too. Many of them were not, as best we can tell from the sources, doctrinally sophisticated heretics who had weighed the competing claims of Catharism and Catholicism and made this considered theological choice. They were people born into communities where Cathar practice was normal. It was just what everyone else was doing, and they just absorbed it the way the people would absorb any other religious culture of their families and neighbors. In any case, they died at the hands of that crusading army acting on papal authority. Didn't really matter how seriously you treated your Cathar convictions. You were getting the rope anyway, or getting burned, whichever comes first. Now, the victims of the Inquisition are similarly difficult to recover as individuals, because the inquisitorial records that survive, and a surprisingly large number do survive, by the way, quite an interesting read, describe them from the perspective of their accusers, and in the language of the institution that prosecuted them. So what exactly can we reconstruct? Well, the people tried by the inquisitors in the 13th and 14th centuries were, in a significant portion of cases, people who held views about poverty, the apostolic life, and the corruption of the institutional church that were, from any reasonable perspective, difficult to distinguish from the position of canonized saints. Francis of Assisi's movement and the Fraticelli, the Franciscan spirituals who were tried and in some cases burned by John XXII's inquisitors, had essentially the same position on apostolic poverty, that Christ and the apostles had owned nothing, and that the institutional church's identification with wealth and property was a corruption in and of itself. But Francis, he had all these views and they made him a saint. The Fraticelli got burned. Why the difference? Well, it's more about timing and papal favor, not theology. The victims of the various financial systems we've been discussing, the anates, the provisions, the sale of offices, but they're also less visible because their victimization was diffuse rather than dramatic. The systematic extraction of revenue from the church's spiritual functions meant in practice that the cost of maintaining the papacy's political and personal ambitions was borne by the communities at the bottom of the ecclesiastical hierarchy. So that's the parishes, the monasteries, and the ordinary Christians who are paying for the indulgences, dispensations, and appointments that have become the papacy's primary revenue system. Now, of course, this is not a completely bloodless harm. A parish priest whose appointment had been sold to the highest bidder regardless of qualification, a community whose bishop had purchased his position as an investment rather than accepted his vocation, these were concrete human consequences of a financial architecture that John XXII and his successors had built. But the harm was structural and distributed in a way that made it hard to see from the center. Still, it was very real, and all of it just snowballed, and it just has a way of accumulating. Always gets worse before it gets better, you see. There is a specific category of victim that connects several of our popes, and that deserves direct attention. The people who died because the institutional church decided that their religious practice constituted a threat serious enough to warrant execution. From Gregory the IX's Inquisition through the Albigensian Crusade to the witch-hunting apparatus that Innocent VIII would eventually create, the papacy developed and maintained a set of institutions whose primary function was identifying people who believed the wrong things and then torturing and killing them for it. The victims of these institutions were overwhelmingly poor, and, by the way, overwhelmingly female. In the case of later witch trials, not completely female, but overwhelmingly so. And overwhelmingly, these people were heretics in the form that they consisted of believing in a version of Christianity that was just a slight tweak from that institutional version. Well, it was extremely technical. You couldn't really go against that orthodoxy. They were burned alive for all this. The papacy provided the theological authorization, the institutional machinery, and in many cases, the direct order. Whatever else these popes were, they were men who built and ran a system for burning people, not watering it down for you. That's just the way a lot of it happened. Anyway, that's a quite evil way to end the video, I think. I hope you've enjoyed part 2 of Evil Popes. And of course, we're going to do part 3 and part 4. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 3 of our series on Evil Popes. If you enjoyed part 1 and part 2, well, you're really going to like this one. Today we're talking about the Renaissance-era popes. Proper villains. You'll see what I mean. Now, before we start, thank you for those supporting keeping everything ad-free. Links are available in the pinned comment and description. If you can't do that, a like, comment, and subscribe goes a long way, and tell your friends about us. Alright, enough of that. Let's get straight into it. Part 3 of the evilest popes in history. First up, we've got Francesco della Rovere, who became Pope Sixtus IV in 1471, and his legacy requires 2 separate ledgers to hold simultaneously. You see, on one side, it all looks pretty good. The Sistine Chapel, which bears his name, and which he commissioned and built. The Vatican Library, which he substantially expanded and reorganized. A genuine engagement with Renaissance humanism that brought the best scholars and artists of the age to Rome. But then there's all the other stuff, which is not as pleasant. Namely, the Spanish Inquisition, which he authorized. And then there was the Papacy conspiracy, in which he was directly complicit. If you don't know what that is, basically a program of nepotism so extravagant that it became the reference point for centuries of critics, and even accusations of sexual relationships with his own nephews, which is not really what popes are meant to do. But they do it anyway. Made not by distant hostile enemies, though, but by contemporaries in Rome, and this was including men who knew him personally, and had good reason to be accurate, and no real reason to accuse him. No vested interests, just the concerned public. But the main thing was the nepotism. That was the foundation on which everything else rested. You see, Sixtus elevated 6 of his nephews to the cardinalate, a record that even the Renaissance papacy, accustomed to such things, found to be a little bit cheeky. Well, the most lavishly favored was Pietro Riario, the son of his sister, who received a cascade of lucrative benefices and proceeded to spend the income with a magnificence that generated scandalized commentary across Europe. In 1473, Riario threw a feast in Rome to to honor Eleonora of Aragon, the daughter of the King of Naples, by the way. This lasted several days and involved theatrical performances, elaborate stage spectacles, and expenditures estimated at 65,000 ducats. Now, if you don't know how much that is, I don't blame you. But basically, it's equivalent to the annual revenue of a significant Italian principality. This was all consumed in a week of entertainment. So think about if, I don't know, if Hungary threw a party and they consumed their entire year's GDP within a single week. It's this kind of thing. Now that's scandalous. But Riario wasn't around for many more parties. He was dead within a year, his body apparently unable to sustain the pace that he had set. Sixtus, of course, was quite upset about that. He reportedly wept for the poor Riario. But he then redirected the same resources to his next favorite nephew. The accusations about Sixtus' physical relationships with his nephews come from sources close enough to the events to carry quite a bit of weight. Bartolomeo Platina, a humanist scholar who had personal reasons to resent Sixtus but was ultimately appointed Vatican librarian under him, wrote in correspondence using language that implies sexual involvement between the Pope and Pietro Riario. Stefano Infessura, a Roman diarist of generally sober judgment, who had no particular political axe to grind either, by the way, records the accusations with matter-of-factness of someone reporting something widely known rather than something controversially alleged. Then there was Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, another nephew and the future Pope Julius II. He was the subject of similar gossip. These accusations can't be verified. I mean, it's been 500 years, and sodomy was a standard slander and polemical charge in the Renaissance, applied liberally to enemies and rivals. But what can be said is that multiple contemporaries, including eventual allies of the papacy, all believed the accusations, recorded them, and were not subsequently contradicted by the circle around Sixtus. Now, we mentioned the Pazzi conspiracy as well, so let's talk about that. This happened in 1478, and it is the most dramatically concentrated episode of Sixtus's pontificate, and it rewards detailed examination, because the chain of decisions that produced it was quite interesting. It reveals the specific way in which Sixtus understood his office. Now, the Pazzi were a Florentine banking family who had been competing with the Medici family for decades, and who had cultivated Sixtus's favor partly by displacing the Medici bank as the papacy's primary financial agent. Francesco Salviati, whom Sixtus appointed Archbishop of Pisa over Lorenzo de' Medici's explicit objection, became one of the conspiracy's architects. The plan? Assassinate Lorenzo and his brother Giuliano during High Mass in the Florence Cathedral on April 26, 1478. That's right, committing murder during the Eucharist, in the most sacred moment of the Catholic liturgy, in the most prominent church, in one of Europe's greatest cities. Well, the degree to which Sixtus knew and approved the plan is contested, but what is documented is that he had advanced knowledge of a plot against the Medici, and that he provided a papal legate to accompany the conspirators to Florence, and that when asked directly whether he approved of killing Lorenzo, he said that he did not wish for anyone to be killed, while also making clear that he wanted the Medici removed from power. He did not want to know the details. He just wanted to know the outcome. So it doesn't look good, doesn't it? I mean, if somebody gets killed, right, you say, well, what did you think of him? Well, I had no personal thoughts about this person, but now that he's dead, I'll just say that I never really liked him, and, well, people die all the time. It doesn't make him look good, doesn't it? Anyway, Giuliano de' Medici was stabbed 19 times, and he died right there in the cathedral. As for Lorenzo, he was wounded in the neck, and he threw his cloak around his arm as a shield. He escaped into the sacristy when the bronze doors were bolted behind him. The conspirators had expected a popular uprising in their favor. Well, that didn't quite work out. Instead, the Florentines rallied behind Lorenzo. The Archbishop of Pisa was hanged from a window of the Palazzo della Signoria within hours, still in his ecclesiastical robes, by the way, biting into the shoulder of another man being hanged beside him in what witnesses described as a final spasm of fury. What a day, huh? Well, Sixtus's response to this entirely predictable outcome, not to him but to everyone else, that his plot to murder the ruler of Florence had resulted in the summary execution of a papal archbishop, was to excommunicate Florence, place it under interdict, and even go to war against it. Now, Lorenzo de' Medici, who had survived an assassination attempt in a cathedral, was now being punished for punishing the assassins, and he wrote an extraordinary open letter to the princes of Europe, laying out precisely what had happened. In any case, the war lasted 2 years. It accomplished absolutely nothing, and ended when the King of Naples decided that he had more pressing concerns. Giuliano de' Medici remained dead. Sixtus remained pope for 6 more years. The interdict placed on Florence deserves a moment's explanation, because outside the medieval and Renaissance context, it can sound like a mere formality. What is an interdict? Well, it's basically a territorial suspension of the Church's sacramental life. When Florence was placed under interdict, the celebration of Mass was forbidden throughout the city. The sacraments could not be publicly administered, the dead could not receive Christian burial, and the churches were closed. The entire spiritual infrastructure of the community was switched off by papal decree as a collective punishment for the actions of its government. It was a weapon designed to turn a community against its own rulers by withdrawing the spiritual services that they depended upon. But the Florentines, to their credit, largely ignored the interdict and continued religious practice as best they could, with many quietly defying Rome to serve their congregations. But the intent was unmistakable. Sixtus was using the Church's sacramental authority, the administration of the means of grace, as a political tool to punish a city whose government had executed his conspirators. The theological cynicism of this deployment was not lost on people either, and it contributed directly to the erosion of respect for papal authority that would accumulate in the Reformation just 30 years later. Well, let's move on from Sixtus. Next up we have Giovanni Battista Cibo, elected Pope Innocent VIII in 1484, succeeding Sixtus IV, and managed to be having the considerable achievement of continuing his predecessor's patterns of nepotism and institutional exploitation, while adding his own distinctive contribution to the history of ecclesiastical disappointments. The formal theological legitimization of the European witch hunt, that is. You ever heard of the papal bull, Summis Desiderantes Affectibus? Of course, we've all heard of that one, right? It was issued in December of 1484, and it was in a sense a response to a specific administrative request. The Dominican inquisitors Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger had been conducting witch-hunting activities in Germany and encountering resistance from local bishops who refused to take them seriously. So, they went straight to the top. They petitioned Innocent for papal backing, and Innocent provided it, with a document that he declared witches real and their threat genuine, and any interference with the inquisitors prosecuting them, was a matter deserving excommunication. Well, it was certainly on for Kramer and Sprenger now. They then wrote the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, published in 1486 with Summis Desiderantis Effectibus reproduced in its preface as a guarantee of papal authority. I mean, when you have the preface of your book literally written by the Pope, saying that everybody needs to do what this book says, yeah, that's quite a weight of authority, that's for sure. Of course, this single book is one of the most consequential and most disturbing texts in European history. It's a systematic manual for identifying, interrogating, and executing suspected witches, organized with the methodical thoroughness of men who had thought very carefully about how to destroy people within a framework of legal procedure. It was reprinted at least 14 times before 1520. The European witch trials that followed over the next 2 centuries produced executions numbered in the tens of thousands, and that's by the conservative estimates, by the way, with their peak not in the 15th century but in the 16th and 17th. And that's not just Catholic territories, by the way, Protestant too. Innocent VIII's bull did not cause the witch craze itself. We can't really pin that on him. The social and religious upheavals of the Reformation era generated most of these specific conditions for its worst episodes, but his document gave the persecution a foundation in papal authority that made it harder to challenge, easier to export, and available to any local authority that wanted to use it. Like we said, bishops would usually just shake their heads at Kramer and Sprenger when they would show up. But now they could not do that anymore. The backstory of the Malleus's composition is worth knowing too, because it shows the specific personal motivations involved. In 1485, the year before the Malleus was published, Kramer had conducted a witch trial in Innsbruck that was stopped halfway through by the local bishop George Golster, who found Kramer's methods to be irregular, the evidence flimsy, and apparently said that Kramer had a weird obsession with the sexual conduct of the accused women. He found all this to be bizarre and, frankly, inappropriate. This George Golster sounds pretty reasonable, right? So he cleared the accusation and expelled Kramer from the diocese with a letter describing him with some delicacy as, quote, senile. Kramer went home, and he wrote the Malleus Maleficarum, the book's specific vehemence about why local authorities, bishops included, had no right to interfere with inquisitors prosecuting witchcraft, and its intended theological argument for why women were specifically more susceptible to witchcraft than men. It reads differently in the light of knowing what happened at Innsbruck. The Malleus was, among other things, a pretty personal document, the response of a man who had been publicly humiliated and academically dismissed, reaching for the highest available authority, the papal bull or theological system, to vindicate his methods and prevent anyone from stopping him again. Innocent's document gave him that specific authority. The Malleus deployed it. What Golser had tried to end in Innsbruck, Innocent's signature helped ensure would continue for more than 200 years across the whole of Europe, and sometimes even further afield. The personal conduct of Innocent VIII provided his contemporaries with a different kind of material. He had, before taking holy orders, fathered at least 2 illegitimate children, a son named Francescetto and a daughter, and he was the first pope to acknowledge his illegitimate children openly in public documents and to host their celebrations in the Vatican itself. Francescetto's wedding was conducted in the Vatican in 1488, with the ceremonial display, the papal palace normally reserved for occasions of ecclesiastical significance. This was a genuine departure from the convention that had previously required popes to at least perform celibacy in public. Well, other popes had children and everybody knew it, but at least they maintained the fiction they put on heirs. Innocent abandoned the whole charade. His son received from him a fortified castle and political appointments of real consequence. The performance of celibacy had lasted longer than the reality, and Innocence ended it, which is quite ironic for his name. But there's a strange story also attached to Innocent's deathbed, and it deserves the caveat that it comes from a limited number of sources and requires handling. It is the allegation that his doctors, in a desperate attempt to revive the Pope who was visibly dying, arranged for the blood of 3 young boys to be transfused into him. The story appears in a small number of contemporary sources, has been repeated in papal histories ever since, usually with the detail that the 3 boys died and Innocent ended up dying anyway, so the whole thing was pointless. Whether this represents a genuine medical attempt at blood transfusion centuries before the procedure was understood, let alone safely practiced, or a ritual of some kind, or simply some dramatic invention attached to the unpopular Pope's death, is not established with any certainty. The sources? Few. The detail, however, is extraordinary, and the history of the medieval and Renaissance medicine in general contains enough genuine strangeness that ruling it out entirely seems a little unwise. Take it with that appropriate amount of salt, but do keep it in mind. Now, the epitaph that a Roman satirist hung on Innocent's tomb, quote, "I advanced vice, subdued virtue, and then I died," end quote, survives because it was copied by people who found it accurately descriptive. Innocent VIII died in 1492. That is the year that Columbus sailed, and the year his successor Alexander VI was elected. And his papacy reads in retrospect as the final preparation for the Borgia papacy's full flowering. The conventions about illegitimate children abandoned, the sale of officers normalized, the theological authorization for mass persecution issued, the institutional dignity of the office reduced to a level where Alexander's subsequent conduct did not seem like a complete departure from the established pattern. He hadn't invented any of these things, he just, well, continued the routine. So let's move on to Julius II now, also known in the before time as Giuliano della Rovere, who became Pope in 1503. We've already mentioned him, of course. Well, he's perhaps the most genuinely difficult figure in this series to characterize cleanly, because his outsized personality and his remarkable achievements keep colliding with each other in ways that resist that simple moral sorting. His contemporaries called him Il Papa Terrible, now not terrible in the modern English sense of very bad, but in the original sense of the Italian terrible, awe-inspiring, overwhelming, and the kind of power that leaves you slightly afraid to be in his presence. He was 60 years old when elected and proceeded to govern with an energy that exhausted men 30 years his junior. He was quick to anger, physically threatening, tactically brilliant, and he possessed a vision for the papacy as a temporal power that pursued with the focused ferocity of a military commander. Precisely because he was a military commander, by the way, who also happened to hold the keys of St. Peter. The military campaigns are the most immediately startling thing about Julius II, for anyone accustomed to thinking of popes as primarily spiritual figures. He personally led armies in the field, directing sieges of Italian cities while wearing full military armor. A little bit different from the normal robes, huh? In 1506, he rode at the head of troops into Bologna, having organized and personally commanded the military campaign to take it from the Bentivoglio family. The image of the Pope in full armor on horseback was not a ceremonial gesture. Julius was actually directing military operations in actual combat conditions and with quite a lot of tactical awareness. Well, his cardinals, trailing behind him in varying states of alarm, reportedly struggled to keep up both physically and conceptually. He was also, this same man, laying the plans for the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica, commissioning Raphael to paint the Vatican stanza, and in the decision for which he is most famous, convincing Michelangelo to take the Sistine Chapel ceiling commission, which Michelangelo explicitly did not want to do, by the way. Well, the relationship between Julius and Michelangelo is one of the great documented creative relationships in art history, and it was, by all accounts, an extremely unpleasant one to be in the middle of. Michelangelo wanted to work on the tomb Julius had commissioned for himself, a massive, ambitious sculptural project that Michelangelo had designed with the kind, comprehensive vision that he brought to everything. He really was amazing, by the way. Well, Julius kept redirecting him, though, to the chapel ceiling, a project that Michelangelo regarded as beneath his skills as a sculptor. And Michelangelo kept trying to get back to the tomb. Julius would appear in the chapel unannounced while Michelangelo was working, demand progress, make suggestions, and when Michelangelo failed to answer questions to his satisfaction, believe it or not, the Pope would hit him with a stick. Not very godly behavior. And Michelangelo, who was not a patient man, on at least one occasion left Rome entirely in protest. Julius sent 5 couriers after him, and Michelangelo returned. The ceiling that resulted from this collaboration is genuinely considered the greatest single achievement of Western art. The working relationship that produced it was, by the testimony of everyone involved, genuinely terrible in the senses of the word. So basically, the Pope Julius II was a terrible and tyrannical boss. Erasmus of Rotterdam, the most prominent humanist intellectual of the early 16th century and a man of considerable courage when it came to institutional criticism, wrote a satirical pamphlet titled Julius Exclusus, Julius excluded from heaven, in which he imagined the deceased pope arriving at the gates of heaven still in his military armor, sword in hand, demanding that St. Peter let him in on the grounds of the armies he commanded, the cities he'd captured, and the secular glory that he had amassed. Well, in the pamphlet, St. Peter is quite baffled. This was not, Peter explained, the understanding that Christ had conveyed about the purpose of the papacy. The pamphlet circulated widely in manuscript in Erasmus's lifetime. He never officially acknowledged authorship. Probably smart move, presumably because the public publicly claiming to have written a satirical depiction of a recently dead pope as being refused entry into heaven, well, that was a significant institutional risk, even for someone as prominent as Erasmus. Well, the attribution has been settled by subsequent scholarship. The pamphlet's pretty funny. It's theologically pointed, and reveals with considerable precision what the most sophisticated European intellectual of the age thought about this warrior pope, the pope who didn't get into heaven. Julius had laid the cornerstone of the new St. Peter's Basilica in 1506. He would not live to see it completed. Neither did several of his successors. And I suppose he's not an evil pope in the way that he was really terrible and all the rest, but this whole thing of beating Michelangelo with a stick and not letting him quit the job, well, if you've ever had a boss that you don't like, I think that's why I included it in this one. Anyway, let's move on. Well, the next one's a little bit more evil, because apparently he tried to kill his entire family. Yes. Alessandro Farnese was 66 when he became Pope Paul III in 1534, which meant that he had been a cardinal for 40 years, and he understood the institution with the thoroughness of somebody who had watched it through its worst periods from the inside. Excuse me. He had been elevated to the cardinal position in 1493, through what Romans immediately and persistently called the Cardinalate of the Petticoat. His sister, Giulia Farnese, having become the mistress of Rodrigo Borgia, the future Alexander VI, around the time of Alessandro's appointment. This whole moniker of the Cardinal of the Petticoat was not meant to be a friendly jest, and the mockery followed him for decades. He outlived it, outlived Alexander VI, Julius II, Leo X, Clement VII, patiently accumulating seniority and influence, and by the time he was elected Pope, he was simultaneously one of the most experienced politicians in Europe, and a man with a personal history that the institution's own standards found a little difficult to accommodate. So, the big elephant in the room was the poisoning allegations concerning his mother Giovanella and his niece Costanza, both of whom died in ways that left him substantially wealthier. Quite convenient. It can't be verified by 500 years of distance, and it comes from sources with varying degrees of credibility. But basically the claim is that Alessandro poisoned them before he had taken holy orders as a secular act of estate management rather than an ecclesiastical crime. But there's a bit of context that is important. The Renaissance court culture in which Alessandro moved did not regard poisoning as a uniquely unusual instrument of inheritance disputes among the ambitious, and the timeline of his wealth acquisition does overlap suggestively with the deaths in question. The charges were believed by enough people during his lifetime to circulate widely. Whether they were true, we don't know. They deserve a caveat, but we can't really dismiss them, because there's patterns of behavior, and the patterns that these documents allege are quite consistent with everything else we know about Alessandro Farnese and how he operated when advancement was at stake. His family governance of the papacy was systematic and unapologetic. He appointed his grandsons Alessandro and Ranuccio Farnese as cardinals at 14 and 16 respectively, ages that the Church's own canon law found to be embarrassing, and that required special dispensation. His son, Pier Luigi Farnese, was made Duke of Parma and Piacenza in 1545 through a territorial grant that converted a portion of the Papal States into what amounted to a Farnese family possession. Pier Luigi was murdered in 1547 by a conspiracy of local nobles who accused him of tyrannical rule, and in some accounts of assaulting the Bishop of Fano and other male members of his court. Now, this comes under the sodomy style of assault. These were accusations whose specificity in the sources gives them more weight than routine sodomy charges of the period. Paul III's response to his son's assassination was prolonged grief and a permanent deterioration in his health. Whether this was parental love or the collapse of a dynastic project he had spent years constructing, we don't know, and the sources don't really distinguish it. The paradox of Paul III is genuine and historically significant in ways that extend beyond irony. The Council of Trent, which he initiated in 1545 after years of delay, was a real reforming council, that produced real changes, clarifying Catholic doctrine in response to Protestant challenges, reforming the clerical education and discipline, and establishing the institutional framework for the Counter-Reformation that would also reshape European Catholicism for centuries. Paul III made all of that possible. He also issued Sublimus Deus in 1537, the papal bull that formally declared the indigenous peoples of the Americas to be fully human, capable of receiving Christianity and not to be enslaved, a document that was largely ignored in practice, but hey, at least it's a moral statement. Made it a considerable political cost, by the way. This was all against the interests of the Spanish crown. He also commissioned Michelangelo to begin the Last Judgment on the Sistine Chapel wall. He recognized the Society of Jesus, giving Ignatius of Loyola's Jesuits their papal sanction. And these are all real accomplishments, achieved by the same man who made his teenagers cardinals and apparently poisoned his relatives for their money. The Council of Trent sat at Trent and did its reforming work, and Paul III collected the political credit while running the church as a Farnese family enterprise. I suppose both things can be true at the same time, and the tension between them is something that probably won't be resolved. And next up we have Gian Pietro Carafa, who was 79 years old when he became Pope Paul IV in 1555, and he had been building towards this office for decades with the specific, patient ferocity of a man who regarded the institutional church's corruption as a personal affront and needed to do something about it, through methods that were, themselves, a different kind of corruption. You see, you think someone wanting to come in and found church corruption to be a great thing, until they found the Roman Inquisition in 1542. Well, he had co-founded this under Paul III, and had run it with an intensity that alarmed even the people who shared his theological commitments. He was constitutionally incapable of distinguishing between genuine heresy and any opinion that differed from his own. See how this is becoming a problem, which in practice really meant that the Roman Inquisition under his direction reached for the most extreme available responses to a notably broad range of challenges. So when he became Pope, the Inquisition came with him. The Index of Forbidden Books, which Paul IV compiled and published in 1559, was the most comprehensive attempt to control European intellectual life that the Church had ever yet attempted. It listed works whose reading was prohibited to Catholics, and the range of its prohibitions went well beyond the obvious targets of Protestant theology. It included all works by authors who had published anything heretical, meaning that the entire output of significant humanist scholars, including in the original draft Erasmus, whose satirical writings about church corruption were deemed to be a greater threat than his genuine contributions to biblical scholarship, while all of his works were placed under a blanket prohibition. The index was subsequently moderated by Paul IV's successors, but the original version's scope reflected Carafa's genuine belief that the intellectual culture of the Renaissance humanism was as dangerous to the Church as Luther's theological meddling, and that the solution to both was the same: suppress, prohibit, ban. The Roman Jewish ghetto, which Paul created by papal bull in July 1555, was one of the most consequential acts of his pontificate for its direct and immediate human consequence. The bull's opening Latin phrase, since it's recognized as too absurd and inconvenient, that's what it means, by the way. Let me try Latin. Cum nimis absurdum ad inconveniens esse dinoscitur. Probably butchered it, but hey. Well, anyway, this opening phrase and the argument it makes is worth stating plainly. The subjugation of Jews to Christians is theologically required on the grounds that Jewish guilt for the rejection of Christ demands the perpetual subordination as a form of a divinely ordained penalty. To allow Jews to live among Christians as civic equals, to let them own property freely, employ Christian servants, or appear in public indistinguishable from a Christian population, was in Paul's framing to invert the proper order that divine justice had established. The bull Comnimus Absurdum ordered Rome's Jewish population to be confined and segregated in a walled area of the city, subject to strict limitations on economic activity, required to sell their property outside the ghetto at whatever price the Christians offered, and obligated to wear distinctive yellow hats in public as identifying marks. The ghetto's gates were locked every night. The area assigned was the most flood-prone part of Rome, in the bend of the Tiber, and it was badly overcrowded from the beginning, as a community that had lived dispersed across Rome was compressed into a tiny fraction of the space. And had lasted all the way till 1870, over 300 years, when the unification of Italy finally dismantled it. Paul IV created it in a matter of months, and all of his successors maintained it for 3 centuries. His treatment of the cardinals of the Church during his pontificate extended the Inquisition's reach into territory that shocked even the hardened ecclesiastical establishment. He launched formal inquisitorial proceedings against Cardinal Giovanni Morone, one of the most distinguished Catholic churchmen of the age and a key architect of the Council at Trent. This time he was up on charges of heresy. He imprisoned Morone in the Castel Sant'Angelo. He investigated Cardinal Reginald Pole, a Archbishop of Canterbury, who was dying of fever in England, stripping him of his legitimate commission on heresy charges, while the Pope was literally on his deathbed too. Paul suspected everyone. His advisers reportedly found that agreeing with him was dangerous. If you agreed, he suspected you of flattery. If you disagreed, well, you were definitely a heretic then. The atmosphere of this pontificate has been described by historians with words that recur across otherwise very different accounts. That is fear, suspicion, paralysis, and terror. When Paul died, in August of 1559, the people of Rome celebrated. His statue on the Capitoline Hill was torn down, dragged through the streets, thrown in the Tiber, a symbolic echo of the treatment of executed criminals. The prisoners of the Roman Inquisition were freed from the Castle Sant'Angelo. The building of the Inquisition was attacked and its records partially destroyed. Contemporary accounts describe days of public rejoicing across Rome, with bonfires and crowds, and the specific quality of exhilaration that attends the sudden lifting of a weight that had been so present for so long that people had forgotten what a good life had felt like without it. The cardinals wore purple at his funeral rather than the customary white mourning, which was either a subtle statement about how they felt or a logistical oversight. But, I prefer to read it as the former. A final slap in the face, maybe. Next, let's talk about Ugo Boncampani, who became Pope Gregory the 13th in 1572. He's known today for 2 things that stand at the maximum possible distance from each other. First, the Gregorian calendar reform of 1582, the correction of the Julian calendar's accumulated error that gave us the calendar that the world uses today. But he's also known for his response to the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of August of 1572, which took place in the first 5 months of his pontificate, and to which he responded with an enthusiasm whose specific details have never been adequately explained away by any subsequent apologetics. Well, what is the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre? I'll tell you. It requires a bit of context, because the scale of what happened tends to be underestimated by people encountering it for the first time. The massacre began in Paris on the night of August the 23rd to 24th, 1572, as a targeted killing of Huguenot, that is, French Protestant leaders, who had been gathered in Paris for the wedding of the Protestant Henry of Navarre to the Catholic Margaret of Valois. Within hours it had become a general slaughter of the Protestant population of Paris. Within days it had spread to the provincial cities across France. The killing continued for weeks in some areas. The total number of dead is estimated at between 5,000 in Paris alone and as many as 30,000 across France. The lower figure, from modern historians, working with the available demographic evidence, and the higher contemporary account figure that might have been inflated, so do keep that in mind. By any reasonable estimate, the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre was one of the largest single episodes of religiously motivated mass murder in European history. The killing was conducted by French Catholics against French Protestants, with the knowledge and at least tacit approval of the French crown. So you'd think that the Pope would be absolutely horrified by this, right? Well, when news reached Rome, Pope Gregory ordered a Te Deum, a traditional Catholic hymn of thanksgiving, to be sung in St. Peter's. He even had the Vatican cannons fired in celebration. He commissioned a commemorative medal bearing the legend, "The Slaughter of the Huguenots," on one side, and an image of an angel with a sword driving figures before him on the other. He summoned Giorgio Vasari, the artist and art historian, to paint 3 frescoes in the Vatican's Sala Regia, depicting the massacre as a kind of triumph, and those frescoes still exist. He then sent Cardinal Orsini to Paris as his personal legate, bearing congratulations to the French king of all he accomplished. Now, these were deliberate and official acts of the papacy. They were not the impulsive responses of a man who received incomplete information in the heat of the moment. The medal was designed and struck. The frescoes were commissioned and executed. The Te Deum was a formal liturgical act. Gregory knew what had happened in France, and he responded with a cannon salute. The Gregorian calendar reform of 1582, the genuine administrative achievement of his pontificate, corrected an error in the Julian calendar that had been accumulating since the time of Caesar. The Julian year was approximately 11 minutes too long, which over 16 centuries had caused the calendar to drift 10 days out of alignment with the solar year. Gregory's reform, developed by the astronomer Aloysius Lelius and the mathematician Christopher Clavius, dropped 10 days from October 1582 and introduced the corrected system of leap years that has governed the Western calendar ever since. Well, Protestant countries refused to adopt it for decades, even centuries after. Britain and the British colonies not until 1752. Russia not until 1918, on the grounds that accepting a papal reform was theologically unacceptable. By the 19th century, when most of the holdouts finally adopted it, the calendar discrepancy had grown to 13 days. The science was correct, regardless of who commissioned it. The man who commissioned it had celebrated the massacre of 30,000 people 10 years earlier with medals and cannon fire. Both things are true about the same person, in the same pontificate. 2 sides of the same dirty old coin, perhaps. The Renaissance papacy's specific historical weight comes from the combination that nowhere else exists in quite the same form. You have the greatest concentration of artistic patronage in Western history, produced by the same institution that was running an Inquisition, authorizing witch hunts, complicit in political assassination, and celebrating massacres. The Sistine Chapel ceiling was commissioned by Julius II and painted by Michelangelo during a pontificate that included active military campaign by a pope wearing full armor. The Last Judgment on the same chapel's older wall was commissioned by Paul III during a pontificate whose personal history included allegations of family poisoning and whose institutional heresy included making teenagers cardinals. The Vatican stanza were painted by Raphael under Julius II too. The new St. Peter's Basilica, whose construction occupied the full breadth of the Renaissance period, was funded partly by the sale of indulgences, a specific practice that triggered Martin Luther's 95 Theses. The art and the atrocity were not separate, but financed by the same mechanisms and authorized by the same hands. So the specific question this raises has occupied critics and historians for centuries without resolution, and that is whether the art compensates for, excuses, or is simply irrelevant to the moral evaluation of the institution that produced it. It's back to that old argument of separating the art from the artist, or the one who funded it, at least. John Ruskin argued, look him up, with characteristic passion rather, that beautiful art produced by corrupt institutions was itself corrupted at the root. And I don't know if I agree with that. There's been others who have argued that the art belongs to humanity, regardless of its origins, and that the crimes of the patrons are irrelevant to the value of what the artist produced. But then there's a third position, which has more to recommend it than either extreme. It is that the relationship between the beauty and violence should be held in tension rather than resolved, that the Sistine Chapel ceiling should make us think about the cost that it was to make it, and the splendor of the Vatican should prompt the question of where the money came from and who paid for it in ways that were not financial. The commission of the great art was partly how the Renaissance popes laundered their reputations. Investing in culture that proceeds of institutional corruption in many ways generated a legacy capable of outlasting the crimes. It worked, demonstrably. We remember the Sistine Chapel far more vividly than we remember Summis Desiderantus Affectibus or the Roman ghettos. The Protestant Reformation, which erupted with Luther's 95 Theses in 1517, and which permanently fractured Western Christianity, was the direct consequence of everything we've been discussing in this series. Luther's specific grievances were not exaggerated complaints. They were accurate observations about an institution with a real history that included everything from strangulation of predecessors to the authorization of witch hunts and celebrations of murder. When Luther wrote that the papacy as a human institution was corrupted by power rather than being some divine one by a Holy Spirit, he was making a theological argument. But he was also making a historical observation that the evidence of the preceding 2 centuries amply supported. The Protestant Reformation was not caused by one man's theological convictions, but rather by an institution that had spent a very long time giving people very good reasons to stop trusting it. But before we go, what changed and what didn't? Well, the Council of Trent, which Paul III initiated and which concluded under Pius IV in 1563, was the Catholic Church's formal institution in a response to the Protestant challenge, and it was, in genuine historical terms, a substantial reform. The sale of indulgences was abolished. Clerical education was overhauled through the seminary system, and the requirements for episcopal residence were also enforced. The simony that had characterized the sale of church offices was formally condemned and theoretically prohibited. The theological clarifications on justification, sacraments, and the scripture that Trent produced gave Catholicism a doctrinal precision that it had previously lacked. The central theological dispute of the Reformation was the question of justification. And that basically means, how is a human being made righteous before God? Luther's position, sola fide, by faith alone, held that salvation comes entirely through trusting God's grace, with good works and the Church's sacramental system playing no essential role in the transaction between the soul and God. Trent's response was pretty careful. It affirmed that justification begins with divine grace and cannot be earned, but maintained that the Christian cooperation with grace through works and sacraments was genuinely part of the process, not merely its fruit. The Council also defined the canonical number of sacraments as 7, so you had baptism, confirmation, Eucharist, penance, anointing of the sick, holy orders, matrimony, and reaffirmed the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist against the various Protestant reformations. These were not evasions rather, but substantive theological positions that the preceding century's popes had been too busy committing assassinations and launching crusades to really bother clarifying. The Counter-Reformation that changed the Church, Trent, from what was institutionally a meaningful, different institution from the one that had produced the popes in this series. It was never going to be the same again. But there were things that would not change. And what did not change, and what has never fully changed, is the structural problem that produced these popes in the first place. That is the concentration of enormous power in an institution with limited mechanisms of external accountability, whose leadership selection process does not consistently screen for moral character, and whose theological claims of divine guidance sit in persistent tension with the observable human behavior of the people making those claims. The popes after Trent were, on the whole, less personally scandalous than the popes before it. Sure, the Roman ghetto that Paul IV created persisted for 300 years. The Index of Forbidden Books was not formally abolished until 1966, by the way. The Roman Inquisition, which Paul ran with fanatical severity, became the Congregation of the Holy Office in 1908, and the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith in 1965. And it continues to exist under that name to that very day. Well, the instruments that the evil popes built proved to be a lot more durable than the specific evils that they were built to confront. Welcome back to the fourth and final part of our series on evil popes. It's been a good series, huh? If you've enjoyed it, make sure you like, subscribe, comment, and tell your friends. And of course, thank you for everyone keeping this channel crowdfunded and ad-free. Links are in the description and pinned comment. Now, let's not go on about that. Let's get right to it. Today we are going to begin with one Maffeo Barberini, a cultured man. He wrote Latin poetry, not badly by the standards of the 17th century clerical Latin verse. He was a genuine patron of the arts, responsible for bringing Gian Lorenzo Bernini to prominence, and for some of the most significant architectural commissions in the history of Rome. He was also a nepotist of breathtaking scale, an astrology enthusiast who banned almanacs predicting the deaths of princes, while employing a court astrologer to predict the deaths of his enemies. Oh, and by the way, he also was the one who locked up Galileo under permanent house arrest for having the intellectual decency to be correct about the solar system. Of course, we introduce him with the name Maffeo Barberini, but he's known to history as Pope Urban VIII, and he became Pope in 1623. For the Romans who lived through his 21-year pontificate, they had opinions about him. There is an old proverb that survived to this day. Excuse my Latin. Quod non fecerunt barbari, fecerunt barberini. What the barbarians didn't do, the barberini did. The specific act that gave rise to the proverb was Urban's decision to strip the bronze ceiling of the Pantheon, one of the most intact ancient structures in Rome, a building that had survived essentially complete from the 2nd century to provide material for Bernini's baldachin over the high altar at St. Peter's, and a few more cannons for the Castle St. Angelo. The ancient bronze beams that had spanned the Pantheon's portico for 1,500 years were melted down in the 1620s, recast as ecclesiastical furniture and weapons. Well, the proverb's point is precise. Think about it. After all Rome went through, the Visigoths, the Vandals, all the other groups who had sacked Rome across the preceding 12 centuries, they'd left the Pantheon's bronze intact. And Urban dismantled it for a little bit of decoration. Now, fair play, the baldachin is magnificent, and the Pantheon's portico ceiling is bare stone to this day, but it still stands, but still, they shouldn't have touched the Pantheon. Urban's astrology obsession deserves a bit more attention than it usually receives, partly because of what it reveals about the gap between the Church's official theology and the private practices of the man running it, and partly because of one genuinely extraordinary episode. It was in 1628, alarmed by astrological predictions that a solar eclipse would prove fatal to himself or his cardinals, Urban summoned the philosopher Tommaso Campanella, who had spent 27 years in a Neapolitan prison on heresy charges, and who had developed, alongside his heterodox theology, a comprehensive system of astrological magic. Well, he wanted him to come straight to the Pope's side and perform a protective ceremony. I suppose when prayer doesn't work, may as well go the second option. Campanella erected a private space hung with white cloth, lit 7 planetary lamps, corresponding to the 7 classical planets, burned specific herbs and resins, played music associated with the beneficial planets, and in effect conducted a pagan ritual to protect the Pope from a predicted astronomical catastrophe. Urban even participated in it. He had separately banned almanacs predicting the deaths of princes on pain of death. He was the Pope. These things are all simultaneously true. Later in his pontificate, he had an astrologer named Orazio Morandi, arrested and imprisoned for predicting his death, and Morandi subsequently died in prison. Possibly of natural causes, but probably not. In any case, the sources are too hostile to distinguish reliably. And then there was the Castro War of 1641 to 1644, Urban's campaign to seize the Farnese Duchy of Castro in a dispute over unpaid debts, and perhaps the single greatest act of political self-destruction in a pontificate full of them. The war cost the Papal States roughly 8 million scudi, devastated the Romagna region, alienated virtually every Italian power simultaneously, and ended with Urban dying while still fighting it. The treasury was also bare after this, and the papacy's political position in Italy severely weakened. It was a war fought over a petty territorial squabble, conducted against the Farnese family, whose ancestor, Paul III, had ironically been among the popes who had most aggressively pursued Barberini interests during his own pontificate. Probably rolling in his grave. Well, it accomplished essentially nothing, except the financial ruin of the institution that Urban was supposed to be managing. As for Galileo, he was Urban's friend once. This is the fact that makes the 1633 trial more than a straightforward story of institutional suppression of science, and turns it into something additionally bitter. A portrait of personal betrayal, in which the most powerful man in Christendom turned on a friend of decades, over nothing more than wounded vanity. Galileo had dedicated an early work to Maffeo Barberini, who had responded with a celebratory poem in Latin. And when Urban became pope, Galileo had visited him 6 times in audience during a single trip to Rome, and had received apparently enthusiastic encouragement for his scientific work. He had been warned, however, in 1616, not to hold or defend heliocentrism as a physical fact, but to treat it as more of a mathematical hypothesis, and he had more or less complied with this restriction for years. Until 1632, when he published his Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems. That was the work that triggered the trial, a book in which the geocentric position was defended by a character whose name, Simplicio, means simpleton, and whose arguments contained passages Urban recognized as his own. He had been made the fool of the book. Whether or not this was Galileo's intention, we don't know, but Urban was not debating it. He'd already made up his mind, and Galileo was sent before the Inquisition. The astronomer, then 69 years old and in poor health, was threatened with torture, forced to recant, and condemned to permanent house arrest for the remaining 9 years of his life. He went blind under house arrest, by the way, but he still continued to do his science, and he died in 1642. Urban outlived him by 2 years, dying in 1644 of gout and the consequences of the Castro War, completely unmourned by the city he had poorly governed. Well, let's move on from that unpleasantry straight to another unpleasantry. Now we've got Giovanni Battista Pamphili, who became Pope Innocent X in 644, and his 11-year pontificate is remembered almost entirely for 2 things: the Velázquez portrait and the Donna Olimpia Maldaccini. Now the portrait, painted when Velázquez visited Rome in 1650, and described by Reynolds as the finest picture in Rome, is one of the most psychologically, ruthless images in the history of Western painting. The Pope sits slightly forward in his chair, in his red robes, his hands gripping his arms, his eyes fixed on the viewer, with an expression of suspicion, barely concealed peevishness. Kind of makes it impossible to look at the painting for a long while without feeling the comfort of being assessed and judged by someone who's already decided you are not to be trusted. Innocent himself reportedly said that it was troppo vero, too true. He then commissioned a copy with a more flattering expression, and kept Velázquez's original out of public view. Then we have Donna Olimpia Maldaccini. That was the widow of Innocent's brother, and her relationship with the Pope generated such, comprehensive and persistent rumor that contemporaries called her Papessa, the she-pope. Ambassadors learned that the most efficient path to papal decisions ran through her receiving room rather than through the papal audience chamber. The specific nature of their relationship, as you might guess, was also another intense topic of Roman gossip, with the assumption, of course, of a sexual connection so widespread that it was treated as settled fact rather than allegation in many contemporary accounts. What is established beyond the gossip is a practical reality. Olympia received ambassadors on matters of substance, accepted payments from those seeking appointments, vetted candidates for church offices, and reversed papal decisions that she found to be unsatisfactory. Sometimes by the simple expedient of removing the means by which those decisions could be formalized. The story of the papal seats is perhaps the most extraordinary. When Innocent attempted to appoint a cardinal she opposed, Olympia simply stole the papal seals from his desk, making it impossible to stamp the official document. The appointment was not made, and Innocent just accepted it. Now here's the thing. If we're going to use the word evil, well, you have to remember that the Pope is God's representative on earth, and there is an argument for sins of omission. Now, you're meant to be God's tough guy, right? You're meant to be charging head first into these ecclesiastical matters. And when you've got somebody stealing the stamps from your desk and shrugging your shoulders, saying, oh, well, I guess we just can't do it today. It's a different kind of evil. It's an evil that betrays the trust that everybody's put in you. Anyway, there's more, don't worry. The end of Innocent's life was a spectacle, whose specific details are well documented enough that they bear repeating in full. Well, because they represent the maximum possible distance between the theoretical dignity of the papal office and its actual condition. When Innocent fell ill early in 1655, Donna Olympia determined that his survival was no longer her primary concern. She left the Vatican, taking with her 2 large chests of gold, estimated in various sources at anywhere from 2 to 7,000 or 700,000 scudi, which she accumulated through the systematic sale of appointments and offices during the pontificate. Of course, she did not come back after that. As Innocent lay dying, no one would fund his nursing care. The cardinals who had profited from Olympia's reign found reasons to be conveniently elsewhere at the time. And the Pope, who had governed the Catholic Church for 11 years, was left without anyone willing to pay for a doctor. And so he died, January 7th, 1755. Of course, the burial situation was worse. No cardinal wanted to put their hand up to pay the expenses for the funeral. The Vatican officials, who were responsible for arranging the interment, could not secure any funds, and Innocent's corpse lay there in a storage room adjacent to the Sala del Conclave, on a board for 3 days. Contemporary sources describe it beginning to decompose, fluid seeping from the body onto the floor. Ugh. Well, it was eventually a minor Vatican official, some sources say the sacristan of St. Peter's, who dug into his own savings and scraped up enough money for a cheap wooden coffin and a provisional burial in the corner of a chapel. The formal funeral occurred months later, when the new pope thought it would be the right thing to do to arrange for it. The man who had governed the most powerful religious institution in the Western world for 11 years was shoved into a temporary grave at the back of some chapel by an official who felt a little bit guilty about the situation, paid for out of someone's personal funds, while the woman who had spent 11 years running his papacy lived comfortably on the proceeds in a fancy villa somewhere outside of Rome. Now let's move on to someone else. Giovanni Vincenzo Antonio Ganganelli, who became Pope Clement XV in 1769, inheriting a crisis that had been building for decades, and that would define and ultimately destroy his brief pontificate. And that little society was the Society of Jesus. The Jesuits, basically, founded by Ignatius Loyola in 1540. and for 2 centuries the intellectual and missionary backbone of the Catholic Church. Well, it had accumulated a combination of wealth, political independence, and educational prestige that the absolute monarchies of Europe found to be a little too threatening. The Jesuits ran the best schools in the Catholic world, maintained extensive missions in Asia, Africa, and the Americas, and reported directly to the Pope rather than to local bishops or kings, which meant they operated as an independent force within Catholic territories that no secular sovereign could fully control. Portugal kicked them out in 1759, France too in 1764, and then Spain in 67. The 3 crowns presented a united demand to Rome. You either suppress the entire order, permanently and globally, or you face the diplomatic and financial consequences. Ooh. Well, Clement stalled for 4 years. He wrote conciliatory letters, proposed internal reforms, attempted diplomatic accommodations, and he generally behaved like a man aware that he was being asked to destroy something genuinely valuable in order to satisfy the spite of secular monarchs. And then, in 1773, he capitulated. The brief Dominus ac Redemptor, issued in July of 1773, dissolved the Society of Jesus. 22,000 members worldwide. That includes priests, teachers, missionaries, scholars, people who ran the best educational institutions in the Catholic world. They were all dispensed overnight. Well, the missions in China, India, and the Americas, some of which had been operating for more than 100 years, were abandoned. The schools were closed. One of the most effective instruments the Church possessed for both spreading and defending its own intellectual traditions was dismantled with a single signature, under pressure from monarchs who wanted it gone because it was too independent and too capable. This is why we can't have nice things, huh? Well, the specific irony of the Jesuit suppression was that the 2 states refused to enforce Dominus ad Redemptor, and therefore allowed the Jesuits to continue operating over Protestant Prussia and Orthodox Russia. Frederick the Great and Catherine the Great, 2 of the most prominent secular rulers in Europe, preserving the Catholic Church's own order against the Pope's explicit command, for reasons having more to do with their appreciation of good educators than any theological principle. Frederick reportedly quipped that he was a better Catholic than the Pope. It's cheeky. Well, the Jesuits survived in these Protestant and Orthodox territories. Excuse me. Maintaining their novitiate and their institutional continuity until the order was formally restored in 1814, that is. The 41 years of suppression inflicted damage on Catholic missionary and educational activities that took generations to repair, and that historians of Christianity consistently rank among the most self-destructive decisions in the entire Church's history. I mean, throwing all the teachers and missionaries out of work doesn't sound like you're doing God's work. Well, almost immediately after signing the suppression, Clement began to display signs of what contemporaries described as acute anxiety, and what the subsequent months would characterize as paranoid terror. He became convinced, or so the sources suggest, that the Jesuits were going to poison him in revenge, so he refused food from anyone who he did not personally trust. This made him visibly ill. He lost weight, he slept poorly. He withdrew from the administrative work of the papacy. His health deteriorated through the following year, and in September of 1774, he died, roughly 14 months after signing the suppression. Imagine staying awake all night thinking the Jesuits are going to get me. That's a bit odd. Well, the other thing is, too, people say that he might have been poisoned. Yeah, we don't know. We just don't really have any available evidence for that. The symptoms described in contemporary accounts, the anxiety, weight loss, physical decline, well, they're all consistent with a number of natural causes, including a kind of psychosomatic collapse that genuine, sustained fear can produce in a person who's recently committed an act they believe to be catastrophically wrong. Basically, the guilt killed him. Well, they are also consistent with poisoning, we have to be fair, and that's why the question has persisted. But, the Pope was pretty careful. Not eating the food, of course you're going to get thinner, right? That is the old-fashioned diet method. His last months were, by every account, an experience of private horror, and whether the Jesuits killed him or whether he destroyed himself with guilt and fear, the ending was the same. A pope who had spent his final year genuinely afraid to eat. Next up we have Pope Pius VI, who is properly named Giovanni Angelo Bracchi. He became the Pope in 1775, and he reigned for 24 years. Through the French Revolution, by the way, and the rise of Napoleon, dying as a prisoner of the French state in a town in southern France far from Rome, having presided over what historian Owen Chadwick called the greatest crisis to face the papacy since the Reformation. He had, before the crisis arrived, distinguished himself through nepotism. He appointed his nephew Luigi Bracchi Onesti to a major church office and lavished papal funds on family projects, with the comprehensive comfort of a man who regarded the papacy's resources as more of a family inheritance, and also through an expensive and largely futile campaign to drain the Pontine marshes, a grand engineering project that absorbed significant Vatican resources and produced limited results. These were the ordinary sins of an 18th century pope of middling quality, but the extraordinary dimension came from the outside, in the form of events that would have challenged a much more capable man. When Napoleon Bonaparte's army invaded the Papal States in 1796, Pius VI was 78 years old and had been governing a state whose military capacity was approximately zero. It was meant to be. It's the Vatican, right? A bit worrying if they start rolling the tanks out. Now, the armistice of Bologna, dictated by Napoleon on June of 1796, stripped the Church of the Romana territories, 100 irreplaceable works of art from the Vatican collections, 500 manuscripts, and 30 million francs in cash. Well, Pius was not going to stand for this. Just joking. He accepted it all. He let them just walk away with the loot. Well, it's not like he could have really done much. He didn't have a military option. But he could have tried, at least stamped his feet a little bit. Well, the following year, the French were back, and the Treaty of Tolentino extracted even more. That's more territory, more money, more art. The Vatican collections that had been accumulated across 3 centuries of papal patronage were loaded onto carts and rolled off to Paris. Napoleon's contempt for the institution was evident in the terms he set, and in the manner in which he communicated them. He was dictating to an already defeated power. But he wasn't finished. The final humiliation came in February of 1798, when French forces under General Berthier entered Rome and declared the Roman Republic, effectively ending the temporal sovereignty of the papacy that had existed in various forms since the 8th century. Pius VI was arrested in the Vatican. He was 80 years old, so weakened by illness he had to be carried away and transported out of Italy. He was first moved to Siena, and then to Florence, and then across the Alps in France. The journey across the Alps in winter, conducted in conditions that gave no particular consideration to the age or health of the prisoner, contributed substantially to the physical deterioration of what was already advanced in the first place. He was held in Valence, in the Drôme department of southern France, and it was there that he died on August 29, 1799, in French custody, having spent the last year and a half of his pontificate as a prisoner. He never made it back to Rome, and he never saw Italy again. A French official, reportedly informed the Pope was dying, responded, "Which one? There have been others, and there will be others." Hard to argue with that. The contempt of the comment was intended to suggest that the papacy itself was a disposable institution, that the modernity of the new age had superseded. After all, this is a few years after the French Revolution. I mean, people were ousting the old systems. Now, whether that was true, whether the death of Pius in captivity represented the end of the institution, or merely a temporary setback for a durable one, well, that is a question that the following century would address, in its own way, with a specific mixture of recovery, more humiliation, and the increasingly desperate attempt by successive popes to hold together a temporal power that the modern world was no longer inclined to universally respect. Pius VI bore significant responsibility for some of the political decisions that had led to the crisis. His intransigent response to the French constitutional church, his failure to find any accommodation with the revolution before Napoleon made accommodation irrelevant. But it is also true that no pope would have been well positioned to handle what happened to Europe between 1789 and 99. He was the wrong man, in the wrong place, at the worst possible time. And while he might not have been, foaming at the mouth evil, he still had to stand there and watch as all of the gifts of the Vatican were carted away. He could do nothing for it, and that certainly bred quite a lot of resentment. Next up we have Pope Pius, who became Pope in 1846, initially welcomed by Italian liberals, who hoped he would be a reforming pope, sympathetic to the Risorgimento, the movement for Italian unification. Spoiler alert, he was not. He fled Rome in 1848 during a revolutionary uprising, returned in 1850 under French military protection, and spent the remaining 28 years of his pontificate in a state of sustained reactionary resistance to everything that the modern world was developing. His Syllabus of Errors, issued in 1864, is one of the most extraordinary documents in the history of the Church. A formal papal condemnation of freedom of the press, freedom of religion and conscience, separation of church and state, civil marriage, public secular education, and in its final and most comprehensive proposition, the idea that, quote, the Roman pontiff could and should reconcile himself with progress, liberalism, and modern civilization. What a dinosaur, huh? Well, he reigned for 32 years, the longest pontificate in recorded history, and he used that length to really dig himself in. The reception of the syllabus across Europe was a combination of alarm, ridicule, and in conservative Catholic quarters, relief that someone had finally said it clearly. The liberal Catholic tradition, i.e. the tradition that been attempting to reconcile Catholic faiths with modern political values, that have produced figures like Felicity de Lamennais in France and Giovanni Gioberti in Italy, was effectively declared illegitimate by the syllabus's logic. The document's 80th proposition, condemning reconciliation with progress and liberalism, was quoted in newspapers from London to Berlin as evidence that the papacy had formally declared war on the modern world. Cadaver said it was the most imprudent document since the Council of Constance. Cardinal Newman, who was as loyal a Catholic as the 19th century produced, wrote privately that it had made his position deeply uncomfortable and had given enormous ammunition to the Church's critics. Whether the syllabus represented Pius's genuine assessment of the situation, or a political overreach driven by a specific personality and the specific trauma of having been chased out of Rome in 1848, well, that's a question that, I suppose, won't really come to a proper settlement. The declaration of papal infallibility at the First Vatican Council in 1870, the formal definition that the Pope, when speaking ex cathedra on matters of faith and morals, is preserved from error by divine assistance, was Pius's theological capstone, and it was achieved over the objections of a significant minority of council fathers who found the timing and the content of the definition theologically and politically inopportune. The definition of infallibility was promulgated on July 18, 1870. On September 20th of the same year, Italian forces entered Rome, completing the unification of Italy and ending the temporal sovereignty of the papacy over the Papal States. Pius IX retreated into the Vatican, and he declared himself a prisoner, a position maintained by successive popes until 1929. When Mussolini and Pius XI settled the Roman question through the Lateran Treaty, this would change, but they had to wait a while for that. The timing of the infallibility's definition has generated decades of analysis about what Pius was really attempting to compensate for. At that precise historical moment, when the papacy was losing its last shred of territorial sovereignty. And then there was the Mortara affair of 1858, perhaps the most viscerally disturbing act of his pontificate, and it requires telling in its specific details, because it generally does not capture what it actually involved. In June of 1858, officers of the papal police arrived at the home of Momolo and Mariana Mortara, a Jewish family in Bologna, and they kidnapped their 6-year-old son, Edgardo. Why would they do this? Well, apparently a Catholic servant named Anna Morisi had secretly baptized the infant Edgardo during a childhood illness 6 years earlier, when she had feared that he was dying. And under church law, as understood by the papacy, a baptized Christian could not be raised in a non-Christian household, even if that baptism had been performed without the parents' knowledge or consent, and even if the child had recovered and been raised 6 years in that family, who had no knowledge of this supposed baptism. But the Church's law was the Church's law, and the Pope was the sovereign of Bologna. Edgardo was taken from his parents. Well, the appeals came from everywhere. The Mortara family exhausted every avenue available to them. Jewish communities across Europe and the Americas organized protests and formal representations. Napoleon III, who was at that moment the primary guarantor of the papacy's continued existence in central Italy, personally asked Pius to bring the child back. The Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph requested it too. Cavour, the architect of Italian unification, raised it at a diplomatic level. The internal press coverage of the affair was one of sustained outrage. Also, the international newspapers were not pleased with it. The story really went global. But Pius was a stubborn old man, and he refused every appeal. He took personal charge of Edgardo's religious education housed him in the House of the Catechumens in Rome, and later in the Vatican himself. He called the boy "my son." He referred to the abduction as a providential act, and when the family visited Edgardo, which was permitted under supervision, Pius reportedly attended some meetings and attempted to persuade the parents to convert to Christianity so the family could be reunited. Edgardo Mortara was raised Catholic. He even became a priest, and he died in 1940. He never reconciled with his family. The affair generated international outrage that historians consider one of the significant factors in eroding Catholic popular sentiment for the temporal power of the papacy, the same temporal power that would be extinguished 12 years later when Italian forces took Rome. Well, we jump forward a little bit now. Vincenzo Gioacchio Raffaele Luigi Pecci. Long name, huh? Well, he became Pope Leo XIII in 1878, succeeding Pius IX, and the contrast between the two was immediately obvious to observers. While Pius IX had issued the syllabus of errors, condemning every dimension of modernity and freedom he could name, Leo XIII wrote Rerum Novarum in 1891, the foundational document of modern Catholic social teaching, and that addressed the rights of workers, the obligations of capital, and the role of the state in economic life, while sophisticated engagement with industrial capitalism that no previous pope had attempted. He reopened Vatican diplomatic relations with numerous states, moderated the anti-intellectual posture that Pius's anti-modernist campaign had encouraged, and is remembered broadly as the pope who began the Church's reconciliation with the modern world. While this reputation is not wrong exactly, it does, however, leave out something very big. In 1888, King Leopold of Belgium requested a papal letter endorsing his activities in the Congo Free State, which Leopold had acquired at the Berlin Conference of 1884–85 as his personal playground, not as a Belgian colony, but as Leopold's private estate, run for his personal profit. Leopold had presented his Congo venture to the international community as a humanitarian and civilizing mission. He was going to be the guy who brought Christianity and commerce to Central Africa, suppress the Arab slave trade, and develop the region to benefit his inhabitants who were there, and that includes the local people. It all sounds pretty good, right? Well, Pope Leo wrote the letter, the Apostolic Letter Praeclara Gratulationis Publicae, issued in 1894, and he spoke quite warmly of Leopold's African activities and gave them explicit Catholic moral endorsement. Well, the problem is that by 1888, the nature of Leopold's Congo enterprise was already quite visible to any observer, and by 1894, it was impossible to ignore. What Leopold was actually running was a system of forced labor whose specific mechanism was the hostage-taking of women and children to compel men to meet quotas for rubber harvesting, enforced through systematic mutilation, i.e. hands cut off as proof that the rubber quotas were being enforced, and the burning of villages whose populations failed to produce the quota. The death toll from Leopold's Congo regime is estimated by historians at between 1 and 10 million people across the period of his rule, with most scholarly estimates clustering in the 2 to 5 million range. Roger Casement's 1904 consular report, E.D. Morel's Congo Reform Association, and eventually Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, published in 1899, brought the atrocities to international attention at a scale that made denial increasingly untenable. Leopold was eventually forced by the Belgian Parliament to transfer the Congo to the Belgian state in 1908. Leo's 1894 endorsement had given Leopold Catholic moral cover at a moment when international scrutiny was increasing, and when the credibility of his humanitarian claims was exactly what was most under challenge. And if the Pope hadn't have given this the go-ahead, well, a lot less people would have died. So really we can charge Leo XIII with quite a bit of blood on his hands. How much? We don't know. But hey, if the Pope is responsible for one death, that's still too many. Well, next up we have got Giuseppe Melchiorre Sarto, who became Pope Pius X in 1903. And he's the only pope in this entire series to be officially canonized as a saint, declared by the Catholic Church to have lived a life of heroic virtue, and to be currently in the presence of God in heaven. Lucky him, huh? Well, he was canonized by Pius XII in 1954. His canonization is entirely compatible with the historical record of his pontificate, if you are prepared to separate personal piety from institutional policy, which is the kind of separation that canonization processes formally attempts to perform. Now, as a personal religious figure, Pius X was apparently quite genuine. He lowered the age for First Communion, encouraged frequent reception of the Eucharist, reformed the liturgy, and displayed the simplicity and directness of a pastoral concern that made him genuinely popular with ordinary run-of-the-mill Catholics. As an institutional ruler, however, he launched the most systematic internal purge in the Church's modern history. Now, the target was this, quote, modernism, a deliberately broad category based in Pius X's usage, covered biblical scholarship that applied historically critical methods to Scripture, theological attempts to reconcile Catholic doctrine with modern philosophy or science, and any engagement with the intellectual currents of the late 19th and early 20th centuries that the anti-modernist party within the Church found threatening. Now, here's the reason why this is evil. The March of Progress at that time was trying to put some of the old world ills to bed, things that we would see as universally disturbing in the year of our Lord 2026. But when you got a pope who's coming in and just slamming on the handbrake and saying, no, we're keeping it the old ways, well, that's when people start to suffer. And suffering is not good. The encyclical Pascendi Dominici Gregis, issued in 1907, described modernism as the, quote, synthesis of all heresies, a phrase designed to place it beyond the possibility of legitimate theological discussion, and mandated that bishops establish committees to monitor clergy for any modernist tendencies. Basically, we're going back to the medieval times. They even had this thing called the anti-modernist oath, introduced in 1910, which required all clergy, seminary professors, and holders of ecclesiastical offices to swear formally against modernism, including specific intellectual positions that many Catholic theologians regarded as legitimately open questions. You weren't even allowed to talk about stuff. There were just topics that were set in stone. Well, perhaps set in ice, but by the early 20th century were beginning to thaw out until Pius comes along and says no. Next up, the Solidarium Pianum, the Society of St. Pius V, known in French as La Sapinière, was the instrument through which the anti-modernist purge was conducted beyond the official channels. Founded and run by Monsignor Umberto Benigni, a Vatican official with a gift for clandestine organization. The Sodalitium was a network of secret informants operating across Europe within Catholic institutions, whose purpose was to identify clergy and academics engaged in modernist thinking and tell on them to Rome. Basically, just a bunch of tattletales. What is that word about snitches, huh? Well, Bernini's network had its own internal nomenclature. Pius X was referred to by a code name, believe it or not, and the code name was Mama. Okay. Various cardinals had their own designations, and reports were submitted through cutouts and intermediaries that provided the network's operatives with some degree of protection from identification. Careers were destroyed on the basis of reports whose authors the accused could not identify, and whose accusations they could not directly confront. Now, did you catch it? That last sentence. Remember when we talked about the Inquisition, and how back in those days you would get accused, and they wouldn't tell you who did it. You couldn't fight against them. You couldn't say, well, that guy's had it in for me for years. Well, this is kind of the same thing. So basically, this is the, perhaps we don't use the word modernized, but at least the early 20th century version of a new Inquisitor revival. Well, the atmosphere of surveillance and denunciation that spread through the intellectual institutions during this period has been well documented. But also, there's this absence, because people stopped writing certain things. They stopped saying certain things and engaging with certain questions, because doing so risked an anonymous report to Rome and the complete end of their personal lives. The Sodalitium Pianum's existence was known to senior church officials during Pius X's lifetime, but it was not publicly acknowledged. Its full scope became apparent only after his death, after Benedict XV, who had been among the targets of Bernini's surveillance, allowed the organization to be investigated and eventually dissolved. The Vatican's own subsequent examination of the network's records made its character and methods undeniable. Historians of the period are virtually unanimous in their assessment that the anti-modernist campaign under Pius X set back Catholic intellectual life. Biblical scholarship, theology, philosophy, engagement with the natural sciences, all of this was shoved back by decades, and that the culture of fear it created within the Catholic institutions persisted well past his pontificate. But they still canonized him, 40 years after his death. The Sodalitium Pianum was dissolved 36 years after his death, though. The gap between these two facts is, well, depending on your perspective, either a testament to the Church's capacity to distinguish personal holiness from institutional policy, or a testament to its capacity to overlook the latter when evaluating the former. Among the scholars whose careers were damaged or destroyed by the anti-modernist campaign were Alfred Loisy, the French biblical scholar whose historical critical work on the Gospels was condemned and who was eventually excommunicated in 1908, and George Tyrrell, the Irish Jesuit theologian who was expelled from the Society of Jesus and eventually denied Catholic burial after his death in 1909. Now, none of these cases required the Sodalitium Pianum specifically. They were handled through official channels, but they represent the visible surface of an iceberg whose submerged mass was the large number of priests, professors, and seminary teachers who simply stopped publishing, stopped teaching certain subjects, and stopped asking the important questions because they were too scared. And halting intellectual progress for a channel like this one, well, that's pretty evil, as far as I'm concerned. So, what connects the popes in this episode? is the common experience of an institution in retreat, struggling to maintain the positions and claims that the surrounding world was increasingly less willing to accept, and making in the course of that struggle a succession of decisions that accelerated the retreat rather than arresting it. The Galileo affair, that didn't prevent the acceptance of heliocentrism. It just delayed it within a few decades. And even Catholic circles now agree with all of this. It became more and more scientific by the year. The suppression of the Jesuits didn't protect the papacy from royal pressure. It stripped the Church of its most capable defenders and educators precisely at the moment when the French Revolution was about to change everything that the Church stood for. And the arrest of Pius VI did not produce a settlement with the Revolution. It just gave them a martyr, who had also arguably been quite a fool. Well, the reactionary posture of Pius IX, culminating in the syllabus of errors and the definition of papal infallibility, was in many ways the institutional papacy's most honest statement of its position, a declaration that the modern world was fundamentally incompatible with Catholic Christianity as the papacy understood it. Well, there is something almost refreshing about syllabus's directness compared to the careful ambiguities of the later Vatican diplomacy. You see, Pius said clearly that he condemned freedom of conscience, freedom of the press, civil marriage, public secular education, and the reconciliation of the papacy with this new and scary modern civilization. But at least he meant what he said. I mean, give him credit. If we're going to say, well, Christians should act like Christians, well, he was just acting like how he thought the Christians should act. So, I mean, credit for standing on his convictions, I suppose. There's a lot of people who are hypocrites. At least he wasn't one of them. But the problem is, the modern world continued anyway. They'd gone past the point of really caring what the Pope thought. And then there was the Mortara affair. Well, that crystallized the specific quality of the breakdown. An institution asserting its own law and its own sovereign authority in ways that the political culture of the mid-19th century found completely incomprehensible and frankly intolerable, applied to the most intimate and most vulnerable circumstances imaginable, and producing an outcome that outraged everybody inside the Vatican and satisfied the only man who had decided it. Then there was Leo XIII's partial accommodation with modernity, and that represents a genuine recognition. This social teaching, the diplomatic reopening, the more cautious, intellectual posture, this recognition that the syllabus of errors approach was not really working. But then he goes and endorses the Belgian Congo. So, all of that kind of gets wiped away, doesn't it? In any way, it is a different failure from Pius IX's comprehensive refusal of modernity, but it is a failure nonetheless. And its consequences were at least as serious. I mean, it's the moral legitimization of one of the most brutal colonial regimes and genocides in the history of imperialism. Doesn't look good. Does not look good at all. Well, Pius X then swung back toward the restrictive posture, not with the Baroque ambition of Pius IX, but with the more quiet systematic efficiency of a modern bureaucratic state. The spy network is, in a sense, a modernization of the anti-modernist campaign. They're using modern administrative methods to suppress modern ideas. The irony was presumably lost on Benigni. So the 3 centuries covered in this episode saw the papacy's position transformed from the greatest single political authority in the Western world to a tiny, tiny little enclave in the middle of a unified Italian state, governing just a few square miles I mean, there's plenty of European towns that are bigger than that. The process was not inevitable, but it was also the result of forces that no papacy of the period was fully equipped to manage. Well, the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, the nation-state, the emergence of scientific epistemology, and the collapse of the confessional state as the organizing principle of European political life. Those were the transformations of a scale and speed that no institution built on medieval foundations could comfortably absorb. The specific tragedy of the popes in this episode is not that they failed to manage the transformation, it's that several of them actively made it worse, burning the evidence of heliocentrism instead of just engaging with it, destroying the Church's best educational institution under external pressure, kidnapping kids. You remember that guy, huh? Rather than acknowledging the limits of ecclesiastical jurisdiction and, frankly, common sense. Look, each of these decisions left the papacy weaker, more isolated and less credible than it had been before. That cumulative damage ran very deep. And you can't help but wonder if God's up there just shaking his head, looking at how stupid we are. Oh well, it is what it is. Anyway, it was good to have you with me on this 4-part series of evil popes. And, well, I hope you've learned a lot. Of course, reformations and everything else come in and change the situation. Who knows what things are going to look like in another 200 years, 500 years? Who knows if we'll even be around at that time? I hope we will be. Whatever kind of world it is, I know I want to be there. Anyway, good night, everyone. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you next time.